Alright, we're actually going to start a bit early than the timer, because I don't want to keep Lactoid waiting. We're scheduled to start at 8 p.m., and I always try to make it time, not, hold up anyone else's time. But yeah, welcome. Welcome, Cernu. Happy to see you, as always. I hope everyone's doing well, as usual. I'm Corey Campbell, and tonight, we'll be speaking with Lactoid, where, the topic we kind of put down on paper was genetics, intelligence, etc. And one particular paper that they sent me, which I read, but I'm sure we'll branch out into many different topics, or maybe we'll just get totally derailed into something else, not related. But who knows? Overall, or pretty much I always enjoy interacting with Lactoid, either on panel, after panel. So I think no matter what, it'll be a good conversation. And yeah, some life updates, or stream/life updates. I should be getting my new camera soon. It's supposed to actually come tonight or tomorrow. And so hopefully I'm able to get that going soon for the workout streams. The workout streams should be of higher quality. Maybe not tomorrow, because I have a workout stream tomorrow. But hopefully in the next week I can get it all up and running. I'm gonna contact Lactoid, see if he's good to go. But yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully, bring higher quality workout stream. Hopefully. I make no promises. I'm sure it'll probably take a decent amount of time to get set up, and get everything high quality. But I'm hoping I can get there. And yeah, I don't know how long the conversation Lactoid is going to be. But if there's time afterwards, I'll cover some science and news. Oh, I think we're good to go. Hello.
What's up, dude? Are you on here, or is there a specific server?
No, here is good. Let me just turn on my camera. Hopefully you're able to see me. Second. On my end. Yep.
Oh,
we're good.
I'll be damned. Hold on a second. This is weird like this.
You mean when it's a call?
Yeah, when it's a call, because I don't have my OBS set up like that. Hold on, let me just.
Yeah, it is a little bit weirder.
I mean, do you want me to join us a room? We can do that too.
Sure, you can join. Well, you can join my Discord server. Send you the link.
Invite me.
I sent an invite. Oh.
It's going to be a private voice channel. Other people are going to be able to join or no?
So I've ran this experiment before, because you were right, it's not locked. But I have enough trust in my audience. They won't.
Okay.
I've literally hosted my own panel here in this channel, and it was a good experiment of
I'm impressed.
mind you,
I
I don't have that. Obviously, my Discord server is small, and I have a small community.
Still, I will trust the people in my Discord. I have streaming room locked. Oh shit. My streaming room locked. There's no fucking way. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna start streaming.
But this might be the one that makes me change my mind and be like, oh, I have to have all conversations locked from now on.
Maybe.
But I have faith. I'm sure my faith will be rewarded. So first of all, I'm sorry to hear that you're have a migraine.
Yeah.
Greatest.
No, it happens, but I know you're good, and so you're not. I mean, if it was with like maybe some more angry people, maybe some more loud people, I would ask to be like, hey, let's pick another day. But I know you. I think you're very level-headed, and I don't think you're gonna try to catch me on any kind of semantic slip-ups or anything like that. So I'm looking
Not my
forward
intention. But actually, if I may, are you prone to migraines?
Yeah, I am very much
Oh,
so.
okay. Yeah, then
Probably my health, I'm guessing, right? Huh?
no, I don't know. Well, no. Like, there are definitely like people in great physical health that still have migraines. Like, totally.
Sure.
Not that I'm an expert, but like, I definitely know people that just like I don't know how bad it is, but like their quality of life takes a hit where they have a migraine, they like take days off or that.
Yeah. So my mom is like that, where like they heavy duty medication, like taking a lot of time off. I've mostly been able to work through it. Mine aren't that bad. I've had really bad ones in the past, but they're pretty rare. And I mean, I usually get one every week, to be honest with you. And then
Oh
I just push
wow.
through it. So
Okay.
it's also a very bizarre kind of headache because so I always know when one's coming on because you get something called an aura, right?
Yeah.
And
I definitely know
yeah,
what you mean.
right. And like it's the most bizarre thing to experience because like everything kind of looks clear, but you just can't seem to focus your eyes on it, right?
Hmm.
And so everything is like so if you're the worst is like when it hits when you're driving, you got to pull over, right? And then after like 10 minutes of that, then like that goes away and you can see again, and then the pain sets in, right? It's just like human brains are weird,
Yeah.
which is part of the conversation today. I guess.
Absolutely. So you want to like dive into the well? First of all, like I'm assuming, rather I should ask you, have you read the entire article?
I did, and I have a few. I can go out like it's not really an opening, but a little bit of an intro. I'm eating grapes too. I hope it's okay.
Oh, I mean, I don't like. I'm not treating this as some sort of like official. Like, I'm not going to time you. Like, here's your 2-minute opening statement.
No, Oh, you saw that too? Yeah. Portland. I swear to God. Anyway, a while back, we had a discussion that included education policy in the U.S. and how the U.S. spends far more than the OECD average on education per capita, and that this spending is not disparately dispersed. Very often, the solution proposed by a lot of people on that panel, and I'm not going to say you, but I think a lot of left-leaning people generally, is that everything can be improved with improved conditions and additional education, and those are audible goals, right? Or laudable goals. Sorry.
They're audible. Hopefully, they're audible too.
They're audible and laudable. I have no issue with caring about intelligence, and I'm going to quote from the study here. Is one of the best predictors of important life outcomes such as education, occupation, mental and physical health, and illness and mortality. At the time, I made an assertion, and Scott also made the assertion, which he got a lot of flack for from somebody else in the panel, which was most of the variation in intelligence are due to genetic factors as opposed to environmental factors. The thing that I sent you is it talks about a number of studies.
It's a review article. Yeah.
It's a review article, right? And the older, lower estimates measure seemingly like 30 to 50% of the difference is due to genetics, difference in intelligence between individuals. And then recently, they seem to have been gotten higher, especially during adulthood. And most of the recent estimates are putting that at about 80% due to genetics. The review article also quotes here, intelligence is one of the most heritable behavioral traits. And that's basically all I had to say.
Yeah. But here's where I might be violating your earlier principle of like, I'm not going to catch you in a semantic whatever issue. But you just said 80% due to genes, but like the paper but genes different than heritability, right? So that's why I want you can make the claim of like potentially 80% heritability, but the specific, and we can talk about that. But I just want to I want to make your understand your position fully and like make it clear and like staked out, as in you want to make the claim like 80% genetic or 80% heritability.
So, well, I guess so here, the study itself is talking when it's referring to that, it's saying 80% genetic, right? The genetics and intelligence differences, 5 special findings. Here we highlight 5 genetic findings that are special to intelligence differences and have important implications for its genetic architecture and for gene hunting expeditions. The heritability of intelligence increases from about 20% in infancy to perhaps 80% in later adulthood. And the actual table that they're linking to here is, and the research they're linking to here is talking about genetics. It appears to follow the definition of genetics that's being put forward by.
So do you want to actually, if you're okay with it, like I don't mind if you like share your screen and just like show me like what you're referencing, or I can share mine because I have the paper too.
Sure. Yeah.
So you want me to share or you?
You can share.
Yeah.
I haven't done screen sharing yet, and I don't want to fuck up.
That's fair. One moment. Hopefully, you're seeing something.
No, hold on. I guess I'll watch the stream though. Okay.
You are seeing something?
Now I'm seeing something. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, well, this is obviously the paper you sent, correct?
It looks like it looks a little bit different, but I'm guessing you just opened it up with something else. But yeah.
Yeah. But like same like the titles.
Yeah. Same authors, same title. I'd be very, very flabbergasted if you found a different article with the same title and the same authors, but it was totally different.
And I am totally opening it with software. This is my reference manager software. I got
nice.
A lot. And I've highlighted some things.
So this is some bougie shit you got.
Okay. Totally bougie. 100%. Or just like academic. There's no way I can get through or manage all of the papers that I have without it. I don't have the IQ for that, for sure. So the 80%, like, do you roughly where? So yeah, here is what you're talking about. This paragraph here is, I'm assuming, as in like some evidence suggests that heritability might increase to as much as 80% in later adulthood, and then decline to about 60% after age.
Right, and that's reflected in the abstract. The sentence in the abstract: the heritability of intelligence increases for 20%.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted to like make it clear, because you mentioned, in your opening statement, 80% genetics. That's where I like want to make that distinction.
Yeah.
Heritability is there. Even they are not saying genetics, right? They are saying heritability. Unless you want to make them synonymous. Even here, I don't think in the paper they're synonymous.
No, so they are referring to genetics, right? So there's so when we're looking at differences in intelligence here, there's like obviously different factors that are responsible for differences in intelligence, right? Mm-hmm. And there's environmental factors. There's there's actually 2 kinds of environmental factors, and then there's genetic factors as well, right? And so shared environment, unshared environment, and genes. And genes are what's referred to in this paper and almost most papers on this topic as heritability estimates. And when you're like 2 5-year-olds, for example, a lot more of the differences in their intelligence is going to be due to non-genetic factors. But when you compare 2 adults, almost 80% of the differences in their intelligence is due to
changes over the
genetics.
Lifespan. Yes. And like that's where it's super interesting. It's also interesting in your claim. They address it in the paper a little bit. I would say they address it a odd way, but like as they sort of outline in the paper, it's like it's a little bit counterintuitive because the genetic background is not changing, right? Or at least at the DNA level. You could talk about epigenetics if you want, but like the DNA sequence is presumably unchanged. Or at least not changed to any large degree. And then despite that, you have this sort of like difference across the lifespan, where it's like, yeah, in early childhood, as they say, it's like whatever, maybe like 20%, and then as you increase in age. And so I want to, like, how are you sort of making the link that, it's exclusive? I cut you off, but I want to try to understand, like, because I don't think they explicitly say in the paper that heritability and genetics are synonymous.
So, I, I would assert that they do. I can find an exact quote. I mean, first of all, the whole thing is talking about
I know the title of the paper, yes. But
the title of the paper and also through the abstract, right? I mean, it's quite literally saying, here we highlight 5 genetic findings that are special to intelligence differences and have important implications for the genetic architecture and for gene hunting expeditions, right? Let me go. So,
yeah, but like I'm gonna be nitpicky because it matters, and like this is a little bit more my wheelhouse of like, yeah, the title of the paper is genetics and intelligence, but
well, hold on, right here. So it says no traits. Let's scroll down a little bit. No
yeah.
traits are 100% heritable, right?
Mm-hmm.
For some areas of behavioral research, especially in psychiatry, the pendulum has swung too far from focus on nurture to focus on nature. That it is important to highlight the second law of genetics, or a second law of genetics for complex traits and common disorders. All traits show substantial environmental influence, in that heritability is not 100% for any trait. So they're directly saying that if there's some environmental influence, that heritability is not 100%. So other than environment, what are they referring to besides genetics? And then the next one is heritability is caused by many genes of small effect.
Yeah, so like, and I will attempt to sort of make my position clear, although it'll be couched in a lot of caveats. But like, totally, I mean, at the end of the day, whatever, if you like distill it down, like it's all like, if we can just talk about intelligence of just like this is your brain's processing ability. That's sort of like a fair overall assessment.
There's a couple ways to measure it, and this gets
Yeah,
into like other studies.
but I'm not talking about like measuring, but just like this is just under the broader term like cognitive ability, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
And like, and I will fully concede, and I'm sure you would, that is rooted in the brain. Like without a brain, you don't have, at least as far as I know, without a brain, you don't have cognitive ability. That's also like a fair thing to say. And so like, totally, there is a biological aspect. I mean, without genes, period, you don't have a brain. You don't have an organism. So like, yes, sure, if you distill it down, it's rooted in biology. But it's interesting that you are now trying to kind of like by process of elimination. Well, if they're not talking about environment, then it's by de facto genes.
I'm getting that definition here. I can link. This is Vishner. I can link it to you. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can link it to you. 1 second.
Yeah, and I also have no problem like whatever you want to link. I have no problem like going, hopefully being thorough. Like as a court case, putting all our exhibits or pieces of evidence on the table.
Okay, so the definitions I linked you up a review. So heritability is formally defined as a ratio of variances, specifically as the proportion of total variance in a population for a particular measurement taken at a particular time or age that is attributable to variation in additive genetic or total genetic values. That's like the definition of heritability that all these studies are using. This is generally what's known as heritability. There is a strong, like, it is about, and it's not quite as simple as like just genetics, but it is genetics, right? It's about the variance of genetic. When you're talking about variance, what percentage of that is due to genetics or what's not due to genetics? And that's why this study kind of talks about the missing heritability as the catchphrase to describe the great gulf between heritability and the variance explained by associations with specific DNA variants. And it goes into why that's the case.
Yeah, but there's a few things to like tease out. So in the paper that you just linked, heritability in the genomics era, concepts and misconceptions. Where in here did they give their definition?
It's under the second. It's definitions.
Yeah, definitions.
On the first page.
Okay, yeah. Definite heritability is formally defined as a ratio of variances, specifically as a proportion of total variance in population for measurement taken at a particular time or age. Variation, additive genetic or total genetic values. From the narrow sense, heritability. Yes. And the broad sense, so yeah, capital H and lowercase h. So I would say you are kind of misinterpreting this definition a little bit, because it explicitly says like variation. Man,
Right, the difference.
So, 1 second. That's where it's a little bit of a misconception. Credibility.
Well, just real quick. So, if you can, I wanted to describe then the difference then. But do you agree with the paper that I sent you? That's talking about like GCTA, like and twin studies and stuff. Like this is specifically measuring genetics as heritability, right? This review.
I agree with you. They are trying to measure the heritability of intelligence, and one of the methodologies is totally twin studies and genome-wide association studies, all that stuff. Like so, yes, those twin studies they are attempting to measure heritability.
Right. So, I'm sorry to keep cutting you off, but like for example, a recent twin study reported a genetic correlation of 0.75 from age 7 to age 12. Despite increasing heritability from 0.36 to 0.49. GGCA analysis in the same study, but using unrelated individuals, yielded a highly similar genetic correlation of 0.73.
Yes. So, well, first of all, they say correlation.
They do, yeah.
But, and totally, twin studies is pretty much like one of the few methodologies that, yes, researchers try to use to root things in genes or try to understand genetic determinants. But, we're going to have to get into the nitty-gritty details, but like, fully, what is your understanding of twin stuff?
So it seems to be like the best way what we currently have to to kind of parse out genetic differences in intelligence, or just generally most things, as opposed to like environmental differences, right? Because you have two individuals that are like highly genetically correlated, either they're identical or they're very close to identical, and then you can like they are under different environmental circumstances, they tend to still remain similar. Actually, they tend to remain similar despite being put in like different circumstances. So, like for example, this is not only off of Wikipedia, but there's also it's originally from a textbook from Earl Hunt, from Cambridge University Press. So the same person tested twice over time, their intelligence is going to have a correlation of about 0.85, right? So identical twins that are reared together have a correlation of about 0.86. So they're identical twins that are raised together have a intelligence that is so highly correlated that it actually seems to be statistically within a margin of within a reasonable margin of error, obviously, identical to somebody who's tested themselves over again, right? So this would appear to indicate that their genetics are nearly identical. Identical twins that are reared apart, who grow up together, don't grow up in the same environments, grow up in entirely different environments, have a intelligence correlation of 0.76, which is about 0.10 lower than those reared together. So that establishes that there absolutely is like an environmental element, right? But then you look at fraternal twins that are reared together, and they only have an intelligence correlation of 0.55, which is less than identical twins that are reared apart. That means that in the exact same environment, fraternal twins are going to have a lower correlation of intelligence than identical twins that are not raised in the same environment. So the twin studies take that to indicate that there is like a genetic component to intelligence, and then they try to measure what it is.
Totally, there's a genetic component. Like I will fully concede that. Like there is a genetic component. As I said, like it all break down to biology. But like, and yeah, though that is the overall methodology of twin studies. Either like assessing them like together or separate, and that the twin studies where whatever the twins are, they're not sharing the same environment, then it's sort of like de facto assumed, well, this sort of also teases out the environmental effect. And that, with twin studies, especially with obviously identical twins, the presumption is like, perfectly identical genetic background.
Right.
And thus, like, this is yeah, this is
and the further apart, like there's a number of tests. So identical twins, fraternal twins, biological siblings, unrelated children, parent-child, adoptive parent-child. The further you get away, like genetically, the less correlation there is. I mean, the same thing with environment, but to a much lesser degree. Like, so for example, an adoptive parent-child living together. So someone who adopts a kid and lives with them, the correlation is only 0.19, but a biological parent-child that live apart is a 0.22. So you're at like, there's a stronger correlation in intelligence between a biological parent and their biological kid if they don't live together, as opposed to an adopted kid if they do live together. I thought that one was pretty interesting.
Yeah, like, and that's where, again, we're gonna get into nitty-gritty detail, but like, these are all like correlations, and then you have to get into like the methodology, because like the way they're not sequencing the genomes of all these individuals, right? They are,
well, they're not during the twin studies, but then when they do GTCA bivariate analyses, they get similar ratios, but they can't. This paper specifically says that the technology that they have isn't fine enough to actually detect all the specific genes that are contributing. Right? They can only detect. I think this paper said roughly half, but that is in the exact same ratios as with the twin studies, which means, and also as the technology gets better, they keep finding more and more. That's why the findings here indicate that it's due to a whole bunch of genes as opposed to like any particular one or two genes that controls for this stuff.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, and that is sort of always the caveat to the message is like, well, you know, it's polygenic, and so since it's so many genes, like nothing gets narrowed down. It's just like we're finding genetic correlations, and then, you know, it's almost like a self-perpetuating thing of like the presumption is like it's genetic, and they just keep going down that rabbit hole without actually identifying any gene, or at least as far as I know, unless like you want to single out a gene, as in like, are you aware of any like single gene that, you know, strongly linked to intelligence, or like has, you know, a disproportionate effect on intelligence?
I'm only reading the end results of the GTA analyses, which are indicating that they do like. Hold on, let me find the exact part of the paper that we're talking about, because I haven't read the actual like those GTA heritability analysis. All I know is that like their findings correlate with the same proportions as all the twin studies, and like all.
Yeah, they're reproducing, you know, other. Yeah, it's corroborating evidence.
It's corroborating evidence. I think that's the best way to. Yeah.
Yes, for sure. But it's also, you know, they're corroborating, you know, what I would say is not fundamentally flawed, but that's highly, you know, not the most rigorous research already. Where it's like, again, how this is measured. Like, even I don't understand all the statistical analysis that they're doing, just because like this is not my wheelhouse. Like genome-wide association studies and like this is highly complex stuff that they're carrying out. And even then, like when they talk about mechanisms, like you know, in the paper they also like mention like linkage and, you know, epistasis. Like, do you know what those concepts are?
I have to see how they're being used. You said epistasis?
Yes.
Oh yeah, this is about I don't know quite what the word epistasis means. This is talking about this is specifically as to assortative mating is greater for intelligence than for other traits, which essentially boils down to one of the reasons why there's like such a heritability here of intelligence is because, well, smart people more often than any other trait are going to be more attracted to each other, as opposed to smart people attracted to like lesser intelligent people.
Yeah,
that's what this.
Yeah, that's what that paragraph says. But like, I'm just trying to like tease out, because like, I like, this is a highly complex like review article, and like even with my background, I'm not like fully comfortable. Like, I couldn't describe everything that they're doing here. That's why, like, I know what epistasis, or at least I'm more familiar than what epistasis is. And like linkage, But like um, epistasis is a specific like genetic concept, and like I just want to know if like you've ever heard of it before.
No.
Okay.
I haven't.
Where it's like, yeah, there's like that disconnect. Like I don't want to be gatekeeping, but I think you are misinterpreting this article, or at least you're putting way too much stock in this article.
Well, I'm going off of the findings.
Yeah,
right?
so
because like I agree, I think I understand most of the methodology that they're using. The twin studies I understand completely.
Yeah.
But then and maybe this is like this is an appeal. This is going to be an appeal to authority, but like every single geneticist I've ever seen that studied this, like all the textbooks all indicate that like that like genetics is like very like at the very least like a massive factor when we're talking about like the differences in intelligence between people. And even like I said, the low ends even, I mean it's not quite half, but it's closing in on half, and that's when those are the low estimates that I've seen.
Okay, so maybe I'll share other because like to carry out this type of analysis, like first of all, these genetic studies, like they specific methodology, and like I don't want to start like dissecting methodology, but there's other research, okay, to show. So for example, hopefully I'm still sharing my screen and you're able to see.
Yes.
Okay. So there's this paper here. Socioeconomic status and children's intelligence. In a UK representative sample, socioeconomic status moderates the environmental, not genetic, effect on IQ. And they conclude here, pretty fairly counter to your position. Although I would say it's in line with this paper if you know how to interpret this paper. Like you're 80% of like 80% in later adulthood. Like you are putting way too much stock and weight into it. If you are making the assumption or making the leap that this 80% means that it's 80% rooted in genetics or genes, I would encourage you to speak to any like actual geneticist. And I would say you are making a very false leap.
No, it's 80% of the difference in intelligence between adults is going to be decided by genetic differences.
Even that claim, I would say that that's not an appropriate conclusion, or at least to derive that.
What would be the appropriate conclusion?
I can't even like word it properly, to be perfectly honest. Because like it's pretty much like 80% heritability, but then it begs the question of like what is heritability? Because and that's where you have to like get into that nitty-gritty detail of like how are they calculating heritability? Because most people, so perfect heritability, as you probably know, heritability like reported in like a number between 0 and 1, right? Both agree on that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it's like a ratio. And many people like interpret these numbers or like look at them saying, okay, well, a perfect heritability of 1, that means it's all genes. That means it's all 100% genetics. That is not true.
As they're using it here, it would be. And as the definition provided by the Peter Vishner's review.
Even the Vishner, like that's where it's so hard to have this conversation. Where going back, heritability is formally defined as a ratio of variances. Okay, like we can even stop there. It's in the definition in the first sort of statement. A ratio, like look at the equation. Like I don't know if you know I don't expect you to know. I don't even know it. I have to look it up. But like heritability is like it's an actual like equation. Like they plug in numbers. That's why they talk about it's a ratio of variances. That's why you get this number between 0 and 1.
So here's they have it right here. So phenotype P is equal to genotype G plus environment E. And then they look at the variance of the observable phenotypes can be expressed as a sum of unobserved underlying variances, 2 over G and 2 over E. Yeah, right. Well, right here, heritability is defined as a ratio of variances by expressing the proportion of the phenotypic variance that can be attributed to variance of genotypic values. It's measuring genetics over the phenotype. Because look, there's the phenotype which is decided by either the genes or the environment, right? So when they're saying there's an 80% heritability, if it's only environment and genetics, like what's that 80? What 80% are they talking about? What is that 80% they're measuring?
Well, potentially like an interaction between genetics and environment. Like actually, Wikipedia has a pretty like decent article. Actually, I would say even more decent, like really good article on heritability. And it, I'll share my other screen. Second, not my other screen, but I'll stop sharing what I am currently.
Okay. I want to see the other study you had pulled up though.
Okay, before
that.
Yeah, sure. You are correct. If we want to be more focused. Okay. So this is a study published in PLOS One, so not some no-name journal. Pretty reasonably reputable. And so we can like go through it, and I've highlighted a few things. But they pretty much.
Where the conclusion?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, as they say here, highlighted it. So yeah, the notion that heritability may be lower in lower socioeconomic status families is appealing, in part because of its environmental implications. If heritability is lower in lower socioeconomic status families, it suggests that environmental interventions might be more effective in boosting cognitive development for children in lower socioeconomic status families. The present study, which is based on a large UK representative sample of children followed longitudinally, as you know, over time, leads to a similar implication. Although the genetic influence on IQ is the same in lower socioeconomic status families, shared environmental influence appears to be greater in lower socioeconomic status families, suggesting that family-based environmental interventions might be more effective in these families. However, two further aspects of the results temper the policy implications. First, shared environmental influence is found in both lower and higher socioeconomic status families, and the difference in shared environmental influence between them is modest. Yeah, it's not saying it's super strong, but it's, as they explicitly say, modest. Second, shared environmental influences on IQ decline from childhood to adulthood, so that these influences might not have an impact in the long run.
On that last sentence, I think is critically important, and that actually correlates with what my first study showed, which was that, as you grow into being an adult, genetics definitely determines much more of your intelligence than your upbringing does.
Yeah, but again, they're using. I highlighted it for a reason, and I kind of knew you would probably latch onto that. It's might not. This is scientists use specific language for a reason, where this is not grounded in evidence. But yes, there's reason to, let's say, be prudent, in that an intervention is not guaranteed to improve outcomes, and so it's if you try an intervention and it fails, should not be necessarily surprising per se. It's always possible.
I agree with that, I suppose, and I'm not. I think "might" was the right word to use there. I guess I'm more talking about the beginning part of the sentence where it says shared environmental influences on IQ decline from childhood into adulthood, right? So what this would indicate is that, kind of like the similar, this would be in line with genetic findings of my study, which indicate that, when you're a child, the difference between IQ between children, a much greater proportion of that, maybe just because of how the phenotype is expressed, is due to environmental factors. But once you mature into adulthood, it shifts over time to becoming much more strongly associated with your genetics, right? Which is also
that's the assumption. But I would say that's not the greatest assumption. But I totally take your point that the other paper that you reference tries to make that argument of why you see this sort of difference in heritability over time, where it's
And this one just assumes that. This one just assumes that's the case.
Yeah, totally fair. Then let me just get up other one. Yes. Right.
So I want to keep going through, but I guess this kind of comes to my question. based on the evidence, obviously we have to make predictions, right? And we have to like make statements that we can't be 100% sure of, right? When it comes to science, right? It's a test. We have theories, we have tested hypotheses. Based on the evidence that I've seen thus far, it would seem to indicate that when you take two adults, any given adults, right? The difference in their intelligence is going to be more due to their genetics as opposed to their environmental upbringing. Would you agree with that statement?
I would say I don't know.
Would you agree that everything seems to point that way?
No, I wouldn't. And that's why I'm bringing this up as well.
Sure.
Where it's to draw firm genetic conclusions. It's so strange, kind of comparing the genetics research, okay, with genetics research that I'm actually way more familiar with. Where it's as I sort of said or tried to allude to, no single gene ever gets pointed to, because again, it's just sort of presumed it's so polygenic that even as they say in the paper, each contribution from each individual gene is so infinitesimally small that it's undetectable.
Right.
I would say
with current technology.
Yeah, with current technology. But I would say again that is a false assumption. You're just you're trying to insert sort of a very convenient explanation for why you're consistently not finding something. Whereas as a result of not being able to pinpoint any genes, well, there must be just so many genes involved.
Well, to be fair, that was the finding of the study. It said this is the reason why we can't find it, because the correlations are identical to the twin studies.
Yeah, and that's why I would take issue with twin studies. A lot of the assumptions they're built on, but I don't necessarily want to go down that road. But there's totally research showing or pointing to very serious flaws in genetic associations. And this is part of a pretty large research group, where it's most reported genetic associations with general intelligence are probably false positives. As in, even despite, the rigorous intelligence research, it's fundamentally flawed, or well, as they sort of explicitly say in the title, are probably false positives. And this is pretty rampant, in kind of, at the very least, in genome-wide association studies, because the methodology they're using, it's so hard to pinpoint to something causative. And we can go through the discussion if you want to, but I think the main finding of this.
Yeah, I'll need to read this study. What's that? Let me just have the abstract up. Let's see the abstract.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, if you want to read the abstract, you can.
Yeah. We conclude that the molecular genetics of psychology and social science requires approaches that go beyond the examination of candidate genes. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'll have to look at the actual results of their.
Yeah, sure. I'll happily send you this study.
Do they talk about? I see right there in the top where it says. Scroll down just a little bit, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, scroll down just a little bit more. I just want to follow this one paragraph.
No, totally fine. I encourage reading information.
scroll down a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, based on my, we can go through. I mean, go through. I would have to go through the whole methodology, but based on these first couple paragraphs, is this study indicating that, like, yeah, there's a strong heritability here, and it's like height, both IQ and height are genetically complex because these traits are not determined by a single genetic variance, but rather are influenced by many genes that act in concert with environmental factors. So is this study simply saying that it's not able to identify the specific genes that are responsible for intelligence, or is the study denying that genetics is like a significant factor in it?
So here's where they would probably correct that significant. So this is probably something I'd be more in line with, as in based off the evidence. Although such heritability, so they even talk about it of like, so general cognitive ability is one of the most heritable behavioral traits. And again, they're using the word heritable for a reason. Estimates of broad heritability is as high as 0.8.
80, yep.
Yeah, in modern. So although such heritability estimates have been the topic of much debate, I guess we're debating now, the claim that IQ is at least moderately heritable is widely accepted. So I would agree with that. As in, like,
what does moderately mean? What do they mean by that?
That's a good question, right? This is why scientists and researchers, use this type of language, where it's like, I would be comfortable saying, there's, as I said, there has to be some sort of biological influence, right? And
yeah,
so far, without defining it, moderate, I would say it can be up to maybe like somewhere between 30 and 50%.
The lowest ones are putting it at like 50%, though. So
no, according to you.
Well, the really old ones are putting it at like 30%, but like the newer low estimates are about 50% to 80%.
I don't want to like dissect that 80%, but yeah, they mentioned here, point out, so whatever you can.
0.8, yeah.
But that's why it's like,
I agree that's the high estimate, by the way. The 0.8 is the higher estimate for sure. But the 0.5 is the lower.
Because of the studies that I've seen, and even in the paper that you referenced, like, yes, it seems like there are some that get this 80% number, but I would say how they're generating that is like not through like rigorous genetic studies, and that like they are kind of like inflating it, either inadvertently or not. I don't know, but that's why it's like sort of tease apart that number. You have to get into the nitty gritty of like heritability and like how they're calculating. How do you do a good genetic studies, even genome-wide association studies, like, there's a lot of genome-wide association studies that are coming out just because it's like taken off, and like a lot of things are like being highlighted, and like if you like look in, like nothing gets narrowed down, because like a lot of the genome-wide association studies coming out, like they are like fundamentally flawed, or like with really like shoddy methodology, and so that's why like I would agree with you. There's research reporting up to 0.8. That research is like not high quality research.
Does this study say that that's not? It does mention that it's contentious or whatever. But I mean, does this paper like do anything to refute that 0.80?
Well, they're not refuting like one study, because like they're doing it together, right? As they sort of say, like they of their two independent tests across like 3 data sets. They're like going back and reviewing a bunch of research, like together. But like that's why like they explicitly say it in the title, is because like, yeah, a lot of these false positives, as in like, maybe potentially like the 0.8 is in that false positive range. Like, oh, genetics is so highly heritable. It's even more than we thought previously. That's more in like the false positive domain.
Well, that's not how I'm reading it though, right? Because the first says most reported genetic associations, and what are the reported genetic associations? Well, they list right here genes DTN, BPI, CTSD, DRD2. It goes through a whole bunch of them. Those are like scroll up a little bit. Those are the
Roll up or down?
yeah, you're good right there.
Okay.
Most like those are the genetic associations that they're referring to in the paper, right? Most reported genetic associations, those genes with general intelligence, are probably false positives. It seems like they're taking contention that those particular genes are related to intelligence, not that genetics is related to intelligence. Because, I mean, in the opening, they say, you know, some people are saying 0.8. That's kind of contentious, but we agree it's probably pretty moderate. Seems to be what they're saying.
Yeah, so you are correct that they are specifically referring to these genes as like the false, but
Yeah,
these candidate genes like were derived from like genetic research. It's through the type of methodology that produces like the research, like from it's like virtually the exact same like methodology. So like they zero in like on like genome-wide association studies. They are used to identify candidate genes, and also used to find like associations. It's the same methodology overall.
sure. And I'm not denying that for those particular genes, there could be issues, right? I mean, it is like a newer technology that's coming out, but I mean, we have the twin research, and when the fledgling research that we're getting from this GTCA stuff is correlating with that thus far, it kind of like, I don't know. It definitely seems to be like, especially when we have the twin research, it seems to me to be pretty strong evidence, at least strong enough evidence that like many geneticists and professors on like genetics and intelligence and numerous papers are all saying like it's well understood that this is the case. Because I mean, like we can measure gravity, for example, right? But we don't know exactly what the mechanisms underlying gravity are. But like we just accept that gravity exists, right?
Well,
because we can observe it like very clearly.
But we have, so when it comes to gravity, I mean, my physics days, or learning physics, are like far behind me. But like gravity as a phenomenon, like we have like good models, and
Right.
good, and so, but also in the models we have mechanisms, as in like we know in terms of like how whatever gravity accelerates things towards the Earth, like so we understand the mechanism behind that.
No, we don't. We don't. We know that it does do that. We don't know why. We don't know what gravity is.
Yeah, sure. Whether it's, I don't know, it's a field or whatever or whatnot.
Or why it exists, right? We don't know the mechanism underlying it. We just know that gravity is something that has this effect that's very measurable and is very consistently measurable, right? And I feel as though all the twin studies, I mean, there's a reason why all these studies are like you can replicate them very consistently, depending on cross-culturally, different areas. Like there's really, I'm not seeing anything that indicates that they're not replicable, at least.
Well, I mean, with your analogy with gravity, like I'm not an expert on gravity, but like as far as I know, like that is like, if we're talking about gravity as like the concept of something falling to Earth at the acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, like that, we can replicate like that number. And so we're directly measuring that number. And maybe this leads into the broader topic of like how do we measure cognitive ability. And so if is like using the same analogy of like we measure gravity through things accelerating to Earth at a specific acceleration. And so like we have like presumably good instruments to measure that. Then the analogy is whatever the IQ test. So like,
right, but so we can talk about the IQ test like generally, but I'm just saying I'm not talking necessarily about the IQ test. I'm talking about like because I mean that's an interesting question and we can get into that, but I'm talking more about the twin studies test, right? The fact that they're measuring something, and the something that they're measuring is incredibly
Okay.
You can replicate it with
Yeah.
like incredible accuracy over and over and over again.
Yes. So so that's where it's like, I would push back because the twin studies they have these built-in assumptions. Okay. And I would say those built-in assumptions are like fundamentally flawed, or at least they're not like the most rock solid assumptions.
So what assumption would, like, from a twin study would you say is flawed?
Well, it depends on like twins living together and not living together. But like, yeah, you know, assuming pretty much like as you sort of outlined, going through the twin studies is like, yeah, when it's the same genetic background, and then you start like measuring things like cognitive ability, and then you're controlling for the genetic background because it's presumed to be identical. Therefore, then you can make conclusions about the genes, the interaction between genes and the environment. I would say that is a false assumption to make.
What's it measuring?
There could be many things. There could be many moderating effects. So if you want to talk about twins living together or separate, and identical twins, but like the built-in assumption is like, yeah, if take, let's say, person A and their identical twin, person B, and then like separate them, and that's how you find out like the environmental effects. I would say like that's to make that assumption that teases out, because like you can't control for all the variables there. Like you're
Well,
taking,
they try. They control for as many as they can find.
yeah, but like this is like a person and their twin in totally like whatever, presumably like separate environments, and then it's from there you're trying to like make conclusions about the genes. But like there's so many confounding variables that it's impossible to like control for, and you can only say like for sure they're saying something about genes, but I would say like that it's inflated at that point, in terms of like, because like that's why it's almost impossible to make any firm conclusions from these things, because like these are people in totally separate environments, and you can't control their diet, you can't control their nutrition, you can't control like what they're exposed to. You don't even know what they're exposed to.
Well, of course, because any kind of conscious interference with that would like could taint the whole study with bias. But what the studies consistently show is that, you take two twins and you control you measure their environment. You can even control for like different elements of like if they have a shared environment. So like even twins living together have like a shared environment and an unshared environment.
So
and they've measured the correlation between both of those factors.
Even that I would push back against, because like I understand the assumption of like, yeah, if they're twins living together, same household, then it must be like a shared overall shared environment. Obviously not perfectly identical, right?
Not identical, but more shared than people living apart.
Yeah, totally. I would concede that as well. But even then, like built into a twin study, is like it's two children now. Okay, and that is a confounding variable in and of itself. Of like, I'm sure you can imagine, not just identical twins. Let's say identical, sex tuplets. Okay, now, even you, I think, would grant that there's probably a limit as to how many, whatever, a middle-income family, how many children it can sustain itself. Where it's like, as the number of children grows, okay, the number of resources that you can allocate to each child, either, whatever, physical resources or attentional resources. Like you see this in large families, where like, usually like one child or a smaller number of children like get a focus, and even like birth order matters.
Right. This is accounted for though. That's why it measures the twins against like two children, like fraternal twins, for example. Fraternal twins and identical twins have incredibly different correlations. Identical twins are very close together, and fraternal twins are kind of further apart. And then like non-twins are like some of the furthest apart, even in two-child households.
Yeah, but even then, like there's so many like confounding variables in and of itself. Like I agree with you. They're teasing out something that's genetic in nature. But like the number that they put out there, like there's a huge, asterisk next to that number. That's why, like, You even see it in the research, and even the paper yourself, like it mentions, like this huge diversity, and even they explicitly like focus in on adulthood, and so it's like you're getting a whole bunch. That's why I would agree with what they said in this paper of like, yeah, there's moderately heritable, that is widely accepted. I would like accept that.
But I'm giving. So here's the sure, you can define it as moderate, right? But like, mine is giving like numbers attached to that, right? So 20% in infancy to perhaps 80% later adulthood. I understand that there's a range there, and I think that range accounts for like some of the unknowns, because like, yeah, 50 to 80%, that's a 30% range. That's massive, right? Everyone knows like that 30% is. I mean, I guess it depends what you're measuring, but in this case, when you're measuring intelligence, of course, that's massive. But if it's between, if the experts are saying, look, we got it somewhere between 15 and 80, but we don't really know like where it is because it's a very difficult thing to measure. I mean, it's still so significant that like, that I would feel uncomfortable saying, well, I mean, the reason this person's so smart is just because, you know, they had a better upbringing. I mean, it probably is more likely that, well, I mean, maybe they did have a better upbringing, but like, they may also just be smarter than you, right?
So we can have that conversation.
Not than you specifically.
No,
I'm just saying, like, the person talking
even if
to,
you said someone is smart, like doesn't offend me. Like.
I mean, plenty of people are smarter than me, I promise.
Okay. So then, if you want to go down, first of all, actually, for the public record, you are the one who censored this conversation. Want to make that clear. You were all in favor.
Yeah. Listen, we have to work with Twitch, okay? I'm fledgling. I don't want to be fucking sniped. Okay?
That was you, not me. Okay. So even the paper itself, okay, they say that, you know, cognitive ability, educational attainment, and whatever socioeconomic status are highly correlated. Okay.
Yeah.
And therefore, you know, it's kind of presumed that these are kind of like heritable things.
Well, hold on. So they're correlated, but like when you control for certain factors, like there remains this correlation. So it appears to be that that they're kind of all correlated for like a similar reason, as opposed to like a random reason.
Okay, sure. I'll concede that. So let's focus in on, you know, just educational attainment. Okay. And so it seems like based off of, you know, what you've just outlined, you would probably say that, you know, since IQ, according to you, is, you know, 80% heritable, therefore all the associations between educational attainment, as in like your educational attainment is pretty much like also like largely genetically sort of determined, or like 80% heritable, given that, you know, educational attainment and intelligence are so highly correlated to you. Would that be like a fair assessment?
So definitely when it comes to, because I don't know, and these studies don't like, they're going into like just like any two individuals, right? Individuals perhaps like in that are, yeah, I guess I would have to concede that like there definitely is, you know, in edge cases between like two individuals. Let's say, so like the example that I would have is like, let's say you have like in any given city, like two people, let's say they go to the same school, and then like, you know, I guess that's something of a similar environment in of itself, but they also kind of have like similar upbringings. It's like at least a significant portion of the difference in their achievement seems to come from genetics, according to these papers. I don't know if you introduce environmental disruptions that are like to a extent. If that
you just that last sentence you cut out, or rather you like turned into a robot for like 2 seconds.
Oh, sorry. So I'm thinking that like if you, I don't know the situation. Like this is also assuming that like there's not like some kind of sufficiently disruptive environmental effect that I'm not aware of, or that this study isn't measuring.
Okay, yeah.
So, like, I'm sure that like you could have somebody who, if you starve them like for half their life, like growing up,
Right,
or
something
like
so
maybe,
anomalous.
or I think maybe particularly relevant here, maybe let's say you put lead in their water supply or something, that you might have like significant like intelligence effects from that down the road, that maybe like an outsized environmental effect to what we normally can measure and what we normally see.
Okay, as in like differences in educational attainment. Like broadly speaking, at least according to like what you've outlined, this is just like genetics at play, more or less. Like
At least partially. I would think genetics probably has something to do with that. Yeah.
So
if it has something to do with intelligence, then intelligence is correlated with educational attainment.
So do you want to like maybe so you want to stick with partially, or like moderately or strongly, as in like if there's a lack of educational attainment in whatever certain demographic, and therefore if and you don't see any potential issue with that, because like you just see sort of like nature playing out. Would that be a fair assessment?
I mean, I would look for like highly disruptive environmental factors.
Yeah, but
I mean,
but provided there's no like
yeah.
gross like this is not a community that has their water source poisoned with lead. Yeah,
sure. Water poisoned with lead, or has like a completely broken home life or something along.
Yeah, or they're not experiencing. It's not a community that's ravaged by famine.
Right, or they have two parents in the household or something along these lines.
So, like, given what you've outlined, then, and also just now, and what you've outlined previously, so would you then potentially agree that, like, the lack of educational attainment, largely speaking, among conservatives, is due to lower cognitive ability?
It might be. I mean, it could be partially. I've seen one study, and it's got a very small sample size, that seems to indicate that Republicans tend to have a higher IQ than Democrats. But
can you show me that study?
I'll need to hold on a second. It's a very small sample size, so I'm warning you right now.
As long as it's better than one, or greater than one.
Yeah, greater than one.
I know a guy.
I'll find it. So, but it actually breaks up Republicans into socially conservative Republicans and economically liberal Republicans. And the socially conservative Republicans had a considerably lower IQ, and all the IQs were pretty close, right? But had a comparatively low IQ compared to both the Democrats and the economically liberal Republicans. But the economically liberal Republicans had a higher IQ. So
actually, I think I know what study you're referring to. I might already have, but like, yeah, I'm curious as to what.
Yeah. So in my library, I have like a bunch of studies saved. So I have one study here that says like conservatives tend to be more attractive, they tend to be taller, they tend to be more muscular, and this is the one I have for.
One study says all that?
No, different studies.
Okay.
So, yeah, don't ask me why I'm collecting all these studies. Okay, it's just for confirm for propaganda value, basically. So,
okay.
I think another part of it, I mean, with that, when it comes specifically to like education, I think a huge part of that is, although like intelligence is absolutely correlated with like educational achievement, I mean, there could be like confounding factors as well, right? So like Republicans could be smart enough to get into higher education or education, and they just don't value it as much, or they're like in jobs and positions where they don't, they're not interested in attaining like higher education. But like if you had like a higher number of conservatives like failing out of college, I think that would be indicative that conservatives may just like have a lower genetic intelligence.
I'm just reading the abstract of what you just said. Sent, rather.
what you're reading right now is not what I just sent, but this is what you, unless I'm looking.
What I have that you sent in Discord was cognitive ability and party identity in the United States.
Yes, it's just not up on your Discord stream, so I didn't know if you were.
Oh yeah, sorry, I don't have it up. Sorry.
That's fine. That's why I thought you were just reading the whole thing again.
Look like the study. But regardless,
all you need is the abstract, and then you get what you want, and then you can.
No.
Especially for those meme studies where it's like,
in all 3 cases, individuals who identify as Republicans score slightly higher than those who identify as Democrat. The unadjusted differences are 1 to 3 IQ points. Okay. Partially. Okay. Okay, socioeconomic position. And it seems like they specifically say, classically liberal Republicans.
So, does that sound familiar to anybody you might know?
No one's coming to mind.
No one's coming to mind? Oh, shit.
As in, like, so, this is different than, your standard run-of-the-mill. So are these, are these different than the, the rhinos, the Republican in name only?
Maybe they are the rhinos. I don't know. I think it's referring to libertarians there, Corey. I think that's what classically liberal Republican means, or at least libertarian leaning.
Okay, well, yeah. Like, so actually, maybe I should just because, like, do you consider yourself a conservative? Probably not.
I mean, I'm so here. Ultimately, and this is a whole nother discussion. I think political labels are used, like, they're solely important for their value of being able to express in like a very short period of time, like somebody who doesn't have a lot of attention span, or if you're just meeting somebody and they just want to get a general overview of what you believe. What are you, right? I don't have any loyalty to any.
For the sake of convenience.
It's solely for the sake of convenience. So if we want to get like into it, like on a lot of positions on libertarian, on some positions I'd probably be considered conservative, yeah. And like oftentimes, like I speak on like conservative issues. So, I mean, it depends on the conversation I'm having. Like in some conversations, I very well may be a conservative, and in most conversations that I like to have is going to be like a more libertarian or classically liberal mindset, right? So like Milton Friedman, I think, is a great example of somebody who I respect very much as a economist.
Okay. Fair. And I also know you're a huge fan of Ayn Rand.
Not a huge fan, but let's just say that I think she made some contributions to the movement that I don't think should be understated.
She certainly made contributions to a movement. Definitely not a movement that I support. Okay. So, like, yeah, I think I understand more. You accept the label of libertarian, but even then, like, that only means so much. As in, like, I understand that libertarian is not a monolith, just like you are different than Scott from Fabian Liberty, etc., etc. Like, yeah.
Even when you get into like libertarian, like there's whole difference, like sects.
That holds true. I mean, liberal at one time, meant something, and that's different than obviously, leftist, etc., etc. Like leftist is totally brand new.
And then lefties is like 30 million different like little people who all fight with each other over,
little people. What?
Well, like like little groups of people.
Oh, okay. So
Well, actually, I got a study about height and political identity if we want to get into it.
I'm sure there's associations to draw there. Okay. So, let me maybe go down the rabbit hole a little bit of like educational attainment, and maybe political affiliation and cognitive ability. As in, if you want to kind of like, I still go with cognitive ability is like moderately affected by your genetic background, but you seem to want to go in the strong direction.
I think it's either moderate. It's like, I guess it depends what moderate is. The evidence, I've read multiple papers on this. I'm estimating it seems like the conclusions are somewhere between 50 and 80%. Definitely more than half.
I've read multiple papers. as well. And I think I'm in a better position to understand them than you are.
Well, do they put it? Will they put it all at do any of them put it lower than 0.50 that you've read?
Yeah, totally.
Which one?
Got too many.
Wow, anti-science.
Well, so this is research about why are people anti-science.
Gotcha. Look, I'm in favor of science.
Okay.
Especially twin studies, I think are really.
I'll fish it out. Send it to you.
Okay.
But so in terms of like cognitive ability, and so like there's lots of research kind of like assessing the cognitive ability of like those who identify as like politically conservative. And so like, then would you agree with that research in terms of like well, like genes at play? I have this research up.
I mean, yeah, if you have yeah, it could be.
And also, this is a little bit of a meme study, but I mean, it is an actual study, but it's just I don't know, like also like a funny.
You're just trying to dunk on conservatives right now. That's what you're trying to do.
No, well, so I would say
I'm gonna start linking my fucking. I'm gonna start linking my conservatives are more muscular studies in just a second.
Studies. I found that study. As far as I know, there's only like one.
Yeah, and so that means there's none that refute it, right?
That's how it works.
That's how it works. Yeah.
Where like this study is pretty much like they're correlating again correlating.
This is true, by the way. With I get way more conservative the more I drink. This is absolutely
yeah.
Actually, in bars,
where it's like pretty much like the more drunk you get, these candidates like it's the more well, pretty much the more low effort thought promotes political conservatism.
Sure.
And this is reproduced number of times, where it's like right-wing ideology, numeracy, a perception of greater ability but poor performance, where it's like they're under the assumption that they're high performers when it comes to cognitive ability, and yet they perform worse.
Right. Well, so libertarians perform the best, and then like everyone else is kind of like in a stepping stone down. So
I will bite that bullet when it comes to assessing so there's a difference between rationality and cognitive ability. Would you agree with that?
No, I would, but I'm saying like in both rationality and cognitive ability, it seems like the more classically liberal types, like free market kind of brain people are really well off. And then everyone else is kind of like, super conservative Republicans are pretty far down, and then you have, you go up the ladder. I guess I would agree with
that. Even like aside from that one study that you sent, do you have other studies supporting that the classic?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I can look it up right now. I'm sure it exists.
I mean, sure, if you want to find like another one, but like it's known overall. It's reproduced a number of times. That just like on average, it's not like it's not a huge gap. I'm not trying to like denigrate conservatives, but it's reproduced in the literature that like on the whole, when assessing their cognitive ability, like specifically, like it appears to be lower on average, but nothing dramatic. I would say like mild to moderately lower on average. That's like reproduced over and over.
Yeah. So this is awesome. I'm reading, there's a Reason article on this very subject saying like, it brings up a lot of the studies you're bringing up that says like people who 2010 study using data from the National Longitudinal Study of Adolescent Health, for example, found that IQs of young adults who describe themselves as very liberal average 106, whereas the mean of those who identified as very conservative was 94.82, right? But then when you go down, it also indicates that the study that I put forward, that that there is a higher verbal IQ among Republicans than Democrats, and the reason for that is because of the very high IQ of classically liberal individuals.
Yeah, they're inflating.
They're inflating.
They're grouped together. Yeah.
Right, because they both tend to vote Republican, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I'm willing to buy. Yeah, look. It's like super. If the information seems to indicate that like really conservative, like socially conservative and like far right wing people like tend to have lower IQs, then it could be that having a lower IQ is more correlated with those types of beliefs. I mean that very well could be true. I'm not denying that.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd like you study that, like, I guess goes through that with the stunning amount of detail that like a lot of these other studies go through the association between genetics and intelligence. But
yeah, and so here's where like maybe we'll divide ourselves, where it's like I would say this is largely environmentally driven, this is not genetically driven, where it's like would you say, oh, if this is true, assuming this is true, that on average, on the whole, conservatives score lower on cognitive ability overall when compared to whatever liberals, then would you then like make that leap that oh well, this is their genetics playing out, this is nature playing?
Like I said, I don't know. I would assume so, and I think it'd be probably fair to assume so. I don't know for sure, because it could be that for most things this is the case, but like when you get to maybe like very specific like differences, there's very specific reasons. So like maybe one area in particular has like a much lower IQ because there's lead in the water supply, and then we have to measure that.
Yeah, barring some sort of like crazy environmental.
No, but it could be that like perhaps the kind of things that like the same circumstances, like being in a rural area or something along these lines, that like is associated with being right wing is also tends to be correlated with having like a low IQ. That could be the case, but I don't think that's intuitive. I think that if we're going to go with what the evidence seems to show, is that the difference in IQ between people tends to have a very strong genetic factor, and it would be very intuitive to me that people who have like more intelligence would probably have a different way of viewing the world and have different political beliefs. And so, and further, and like the next level of intuition would be, it makes sense to me that somebody with like a lower IQ and a difficulty understanding nuance might like be very amenable to political ideologies that are based solely on tradition or based solely on
religion.
Or I'm not going to get into that. I mean, perhaps, but like tradition and like dogmatism or whatever, right? I mean, that could be the case as well. And that like the more you go into that, like the more like the lower the IQ goes, because people maybe don't want to think about these questions for themselves, and it's very easy to just kind of enter into that already preset for you. But then like it would also make sense that people with very high IQs and very high like natural like intelligences would be able to have a greater ability to understand nuance and to like maybe question fundamentals and question foundations, and be more of a enlightenment era or enlightenment kind of aura sort of person. And it would make sense to me then how and my intuition seems to correlate thus far with what the studies show, which is libertarians got the highest, and then like the super socially conservative right wingers got the lowest, and then there's a broad rainbow in between. I mean, if that's not like, if it's not genetics, I mean, I don't know, like it would definitely seem to be, right?
For sure there's a genetic component. Like I would never deny, as a biologist, I would never deny the genetic component. We just, you know, the difference between us is like you want to go like this is strongly genetically determined, and I'm only going to go as far as like this is moderately genetically determined.
So even if it's 30%, you would agree that's a massive number, right? 30% of your intelligence determined by genetics. That's like the absolute lowest of the old data.
I wouldn't call them, but like it's significant. Yeah, it's enough to have real world implications. And
right. So like I'm talking with somebody, and like a third of like the difference in our intelligence is due to factors out of their control. Like that's I'm just a third better than them.
Well, out of our maybe current control, right?
Well, until epigenetics or whatever, like where we can start like actually like moving DNA and shit. That's gonna be crazy. And I agree. Like once that happens, we're all gonna be like 200 IQ super soldiers. But until that day, I think the fundamental point here stands that maybe we disagree if it's 30%. Which I continue to assert I think that's outdated information. But you know, being the most charitable, even if we go with that, I mean, the difference in successful people and like or intelligent people and unsuccessful people, it's not all like class or social conditions or the environment. Like a lot of that is just the people who are succeeding. They might just like be better, like in a large way.
Okay, so here's so you would maybe agree on the like if you're just going by like IQ or cognitive ability, like are those on the left, which I would say you are probably like I don't know how, but whatever. On the whole, I mean, the classical liberals or the liberals, those on the left are just like generally better than conservatives.
Look, I mean, but so potentially in the sense of like there does seem to be like a kind of like, well, I mean, there is a large group of like when you look at like Republican support, there's like a large group of like very uneducated, very socially conservative, like disaffected people. And then you do have like on the top end, like a kind of super high income, like classically like free market, like minded people, which would seem to correlate very strongly with the information presented thus far. And then where do Democrats dominate? The middle class, right? Democrats tend to dominate like right in the middle. And they tend to dominate education, right? They tend to dominate these specific fields. Sure. I mean, if it certainly seems intuitive to me. I'm willing to accept that. Unless like now, because there's not like a study on it, I would not accept it as willingly as I would accept that there is a strong genetic component to intelligence.
Right.
But it would certainly seem like an intuitive like follow.
This model fits based off of the evidence that you've been provided. Yeah. But like
the model does seem to fit.
Validated. Yeah. Or like no.
Yeah, exactly. It's just not validated.
I understand what you mean. So yeah, that's where like I think our fundamental differences like lie in terms of like you would probably like more contributed to more nature, and I would contribute it more to like nurture. And so like I think we can like stop that debate there and like move on and sort of like going a little bit of a different direction, but still related in terms of like educational attainment, because like it seems like given what you've outlined, it's the better people that get degrees, and then they therefore go on to have better lives, right? And so like even if
they value education,
right? And so it seems like you would probably agree that like educational attainment is like it's one of the best, if not the best currently to whatever improve your conditions, right? Would that be a fair assessment?
To improve from your baseline, yeah. I mean, I think everybody has like genetic limitations of like, and then like are their baseline, right? I think there's not everyone can make it to like, and this is kind of where I run into the super like the crowd of like, well, no, everyone can make it, American dream shit. I don't think that's true. I think that pretty predictably a lot of people
I don't know that I would say like absolutely. Well, it depends on what you mean by like, do I think absolutely everyone with no intervention can like complete university? I don't know that I would say like but I would say like the overwhelming majority, like
well, it depends on the degree, right? I mean,
yeah,
was it most engineering majors fail out of like major universities? I think that the population that can actually like get through those degrees, like the harder degrees. Just sorry, I don't have one, but they are harder than like some of the more soft science degrees. For one of which I do have. I don't think not everyone can get through engineering degrees. I think there is like a level of talent that comes with that. And I mean, when we're talking about like genetic intelligence, we're really just talking about talent, right? Like somebody has like a natural talent.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you say natural. Okay, so let's talk about educational attainment and like determinants of, educational attainment, because like that's probably where like the boots meet, the rubber meets the road in terms of like, well, one of the better ways to potentially intervene in people's lives is to get them to complete a university degree, if in fact it's feasible and possible, right? That's probably where like the difference will lie. Whereas like I think it's feasible and possible for just about everyone, whereas you probably wouldn't go that far.
Well, here's the problem though, right? Like there's two different questions. I think the first question is, I do think education can help a little bit, but the real question is, I think the kind of people that are going to be successful are going to be the kind of people that will go get degrees and to be able to get degrees more easily.
Yeah, no,
because of their underlying
sure,
natural intelligence.
There's a little bit of a selection of like, if you know from an whatever before you go to university that, my cognitive ability is not so strong, well, maybe you don't go to university type of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And even if you do, like, you're going to be helped marginally compared to somebody with a much higher like baseline.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. That's totally fair. So yeah, I definitely want to expand upon this sort of educational attainment. And it's like, what are some of the determinants of educational attainment? Whereas you probably sort of more lean towards, nature taking its course. Whereas I'm definitely more on the nurture and like empowering people and like hopefully giving them the tools and the resources to attain whatever education that they want to attain. So let's dive into that, where I can bring it up. So are you familiar with the concept of, let's say, grit or resilience?
Yeah.
And so are you familiar with let's say, for example, have you looked into sort of any of the grit research?
I haven't read the research. I mean, I've presented maybe a few abstracts. I understand essentially it's like measuring like there's a number of like psychological traits you can measure that are also correlated with success and that aren't necessarily like intelligence, but grit would be like how industrious somebody is, how able they are to come back from failure.
Yeah, to overcome setbacks.
Because
I literally covered this actually in my last stream of like, progression is like virtually never linear towards any goal. And that, you always encounter setbacks. And so basically like grit is like your ability to like overcome setbacks and still pursue your goal despite those setbacks.
And I know, by the way, that some of these characteristics are way less, like, I don't know, way. I think I saw that there may have been slightly, or maybe even moderately, to use your word, less genetically heritable than intelligence is.
Right. I think we're on the same page there. As in, these are sort of, characteristics that appear to be largely shaped by the environment. And actually, I'll try to make that case later on. Where it's like, okay, I'm not sure if you're familiar with like pretty much like the sort of like grit researcher, pretty much like made the field, Angela Duckworth. That name sound familiar at all?
No.
Okay. But they have a great TED Talk. I would encourage anybody to check it out. So I have literally covered this study last stream. Well, I've covered it multiple times because to me it's like one of the most interesting and cool studies. So, it seems like you dive into the psychological research pretty often. And so I'm assuming you're familiar with like, the big 5 personality traits.
Yeah, no, I've definitely... Can you read them out? I know for a fact I know them.
Conscientiousness, agreeableness, neuroticism, openness to experience, and extroversion. Yeah. So, it's either new or ocean. Yeah, ocean. Openness to experience, conscientiousness, agreeableness, neuroticism, and extroversion. Yeah.
I think Jordan Peterson says something about this.
He he is one of the big five, was big five researchers, or like they did a lot of research into personality traits, those specific big five person. And they allude to it. Well, there's a reason why it's highlighted here in capital letters, big five, because like, yeah, conscientiousness is one of them. And conscientiousness is also like one of the really good predictors of educational attainment. As in, like, generally speaking, if you score really high in conscientiousness, then you have a really high ability to pretty much get a university degree. And you generally also have like you have better educational outcomes, and you have better just health outcomes overall across the lifespan.
Gotcha.
So this study, which is super interesting and super cool, because it looks at I would say a very interesting demographic. This is literally U.S. Military Academy at West Point, and they're looking at pretty much like who completes the training, or like who graduates from West Point, basically. And they're looking at over 10,000 cadets, and they're looking at them like over a pretty long period of time. I think it was like over 10 years or something. And so to get through to graduate, you know, I have no military experience whatsoever, but at least for this one, it seems like, you know, there's both the academic portion and obviously there's a physical component portion, right? As in like both the physical and the mental is being tested, and to graduate, you pretty much like have to pass both. That make sense to you? And so like they pretty much tried. Well, I think they did determine. So what are like personality characteristics, or like what determined whether someone graduated from West Point and completed all the training? Was it cognitive ability? Was it, you know, physical prowess? Or was it this concept of grit? And I'll just go through like the main findings. I've highlighted them before because I've covered this study multiple times. So like grit appeared to be pretty much like the best predictor. It wasn't like a super strong one. I would say, well, they even say it here, modestly. But basically, in a nutshell, like, yes, those who scored high on cognitive ability, they performed well on the cognitive aspect test. And then those,
that makes sense.
Yeah, and those who, you know, had the physical prowess beforehand, they passed, obviously, the physical component. But
and the academic and military grades specifically, cognitive ability was the
absolutely
best predictor.
Right. That's why I highlighted it. But, as they say, finally compared with the cognitive ability, both grit and physical ability were more prognostic of graduation. Where it's like, yeah, to get through and graduate from West Point Academy, like this concept of grit seemed to be super important, if not...
That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
So hopefully that's like, you know, not controversial. And like, well, I mean, this is a study, and they're explicitly saying that. But hopefully it also like makes intuitive sense, right?
Yeah.
So, and they say here, it is worth noting that by far the largest effect sizes were observed for the prediction of academic, physical performance by cognitive and physical ability, respectively. As in, like, yeah, the best predictor of, you know, academic achievement in the academic component was like cognitive ability. Like, yeah, not surprisingly, for the physical component, physical ability. Yeah, so while affirming the benefits of an agile mind, this finding also suggests the need to assess a more expansive array of domain-relevant abilities than is typical in research and practice. So, like, what is this concept of grit? As we like alluded to it before, like here it's obviously in a specific context of military situation, but also I would say this applies. Like, I think you also need a little bit of grit, if not maybe a moderate amount of grit, to like get through university. As in, it's not just to complete university, and not necessarily like be a high achiever. Where it's like, as they sort of say here, the ones who performed the best, okay, in the academic component, yes, they had the highest cognitive ability, but it was not predictive of completing graduation, right?
Right, but this is also when there's like a physical element of graduation, right?
Yeah. But like...
that's crucially important here.
Totally. But it's also interesting. as they sort of say, they explicitly say, the best predictor of graduating was like cognitive ability seemed to be not, it was specifically grit and the physical, as in those who performed best on the physical component. It was also a pretty good predictor of graduating, as in like, as they say it there. At the end, both grit and physical ability were more prognostic of graduation, as in like the best predictor was the physical component and this concept of grit.
Yeah.
And
soldiers makes sense.
And I'm sure even you would probably agree that like you know, physical at least physical prowess or being in good physical health has effects on cognitive ability.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, those who are in good physical health, they tend to have pretty good, better functioning brains than someone in poor physical health. On average.
I don't know if that's true. I know that exercise increases your cognitive ability and like it's good for people, but I couldn't say that like on average people who are in good shape are smarter than people who aren't.
No,
I'm assuming that's true.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't necessarily I would just say they have, generally speaking, better brain health, and typically their decision making process tends to be on average better than those.
It seems so, yeah.
Yeah, that's about as far as I would go. And even then, the effects are, you know, mild to moderate at best, not like light years ahead. Where it's like, yeah, as much as I would like, exercise is not going to turn anybody into a genius.
I don't know. I mean, it sure helps you get out of a funk.
No, absolutely. For sure. Like, believe me, I will advocate for physical fitness and health like every single day, 24/7. But what's interesting?
That's good. That's really good.
So
you're like a left-wing Andrew Tate a little bit.
Well, I understand you're probably you're trying to compliment me, and if that's
what, you don't like that?
If that's your form of compliment, I will gladly take it. But I definitely don't want any association with Andrew Tate whatsoever. We are worlds apart. And like I would say he's the outlier of someone who appears to be you know, whatever, in great physical status, and yet low cognitive ability, like super low.
Well, there is a study that seems to indicate that like conservatives tend to be in better shape, right?
No, I wouldn't say necessarily.
Upper body strength. That's what it was.
Yeah.
So I guess,
Do choose your words wisely.
Well, I mean, what else matters really but upper body strength?
Well, so
among men, come on.
So what's interesting is also, you know, that that disconnect between like cognitive ability and like physical, where it's like, you know, it would be almost like intuitive. Like the smartest people, like should know that whatever their physical health matters, right? And their physical status matters. So why aren't like the highest cognitive ability also like in the best physical shape, or at least in like really good physical shape?
I don't know, Corey. You tell me.
Well, you're the one with the on average, the higher cognitive ability, right? And it's super interesting. So I would say
clearly. I mean, look at me.
And this is where the direction they want to go. Of like, is it not super interesting that okay, you're highly educated, right? And you say you have a PhD, right? And
no, I have a Juris Doctorate. Okay.
You're a doctor. Yeah, that's right. You're a doctor, and you can claim the doctor title.
I claim the doctor one, the Esquire. Whenever I'm getting it like a fucking buying a ticket for a plane, you know I'm putting that on there, right?
Okay. So with that in mind, is it not super interesting? Like, so presumably you have a bunch of skills to complete a university degree, to complete a Juris Doctorate. Okay. Presumably you need like a pretty high degree of motivation. You need some sort of discipline. You need to be able to at least put in some effort. You need to be able to, you know, quote unquote, like work hard, right? So why are these not transferable skills to the physical domain?
I mean, do you have an answer? I don't know.
I'm not, like, so that's where it's like, because all of those, it's almost like, you know, you have a hammer, and you know how to use the hammer, and you know you can hammer nails to build a chair. But then, like, if I go and ask you to, you know, hammer a nail to like build a table, all of a sudden, like, things seem to fall apart. Is that not at least cognitively interesting to you?
I feel like you're trying to debate me into being healthy. That's what I feel like what's happening right now.
No, I'm trying to get you to see that here is where like nurture will come in. I think when nurture will come into play, and I'm gonna try to make parallels between like what you're experiencing and educational attainment. Okay, because you have the educational attainment. Okay, and a lot of the presumed personality characteristics that are required to have a high degree of educational attainment, should they not be transferable to like another domain of like hard work, discipline, effort? Like you are demonstrating, at least on paper.
So here's what it could be. So I just got linked to study from my chat. Hold on. I gotta figure out how to do this. I'm gonna fix my OBS afterwards so I can do this without moving off the screen. Hold on. It could be that I don't have grit. That's what it could be.
So maybe, but I would say that you can develop it. You can cultivate it, as in like with enough empowerment, with enough access to resources, you can become grittier.
Well, but here's the thing, right? So what I just like, I linked to it, what I'm being told is intelligence has a much larger impact than grit on educational success, and that IQ outdoes self-control when it comes to predicting academic success. Now, obviously, that's difficult because IQ is correlated with self-control. Like there's an association there that comes from intelligence and self-control because you're more accurately able to predict the outcome of your own certain actions. But I mean, you very well could have somebody with relatively low grit, but with like high cognitive intelligence do well in college or get a degree. And I guess like perhaps it does like take some grit, but it could be like difficult for somebody to transfer to transfer values or transfer senses of obligation. That's sometimes that's how I feel about the different things in my life that I choose to prioritize. Right?
Well, even then, I would say what was just linked in a representative sample, grit has negligible effect on educational and economic success compared to intelligence. They mentioned conscientiousness themselves. Conscientiousness also contributes to success more than grit by only twice as much.
Right. It's still like it's not quite I don't know if it's negligible at that point, but it's not nearly as significant as like.
But even then, like I always haven't dissected this study because it's only just getting it now. But I'm sort of I'm speculating because it's in the title. Educational and economic success is different than educational completion. But I'll gladly read this study, but I'm trying to like make the distinction. I have no doubt that when it comes to educational success in terms of like high performance, I'm not saying everyone needs to get A's. I'm just talking about sort of like attrition and completion, where it's like that's where grit and conscientiousness come into play. Pretty much similar to this study here that I just showed, where it's like, when it comes to the academic performance domain for the West Point graduates, or the West Point cadets, like, they were the highest performers. But when it comes to completion, okay, it's the grit. I don't know if that's
well, this also, but this is your study. I think just had an unintended effect, because now here's my intuition that I'm almost. I almost want to make my opinion, but I'll have to at least sleep on it before I make it an official Lactoid branded take. But from what I'm seeing here is that cognitive ability is the most strongly correlated when it comes to academic and military grades. And based on the two studies that were just sent to me, that cognitive ability, like when it comes to like the academic side, like the grit seems to be negligible. Conscientiousness is more important, but like twice of negligible is, I'm assuming, not a lot. I'll have to read the actual study as well. But when it comes to physical, when it comes to jobs or training involving physical ability, that grit is really important, right? So what it could be is that if we're trying to maximize the efficiency of our placement of resources, we would be spending the most time, um, aiming low cognitive ability people into manual jobs and prepare them with a lot of grit and conscientiousness, and then leave the intellectual jobs to people who score very high on cognitive ability, and we don't put as much resources into giving them a lot of grit or conscientiousness. What do you think about that?
That's a separate debate. I would not. Well, it's a debate because I would disagree with that allocation of resources, for sure.
Because Germany kind of does this, right? Like when Germany, when you turn 16, with 15 or 16, you can choose to drop out, like quote unquote, drop out of high school and then go right into apprentice training, right? Like if you're good at something else, and like maybe you're not the best cognitively, but you have a work ethic and you have like physical ability, like it's easier for you at a younger age for you to get involved in the things that you're actually good at. And if you're already of what my belief is that cognitive ability is either, in your case, what you're saying, in your argument, significant, or in my argument, at the minimum, more than half, it would seem as though we can make these predictions. I guess we'd have more difficulty making these predictions until they become adults. But at the very least, once they become adults, we would be able to kind of guide them in the right direction.
I don't want to unpack that but like
it's almost like a Brave New World shit a little bit. Now that I think of it, it feels a little bit like it, but it would seem to make sense.
I would totally agree that Germany has a better model than the United States. I have no problem abiding that bullet, 100%.
I think they spend less per capita too, or less per student.
As in, like, if the US adopts Germany's model, like I have no problem saying like that is absolutely an improvement for sure, 1,000%. I would get on board with that. If that makes us align on that in terms of like, the US should adopt Germany's approach to like educational attainment, or just whatever, apprenticeships, etc., etc. Like, yeah, as into like more paths to explore and more access to opportunities. Like, yeah, I'm willing to that compromise, or as a step in the right direction.
Perfect. Well, we have made a policy position headway, which is, at the end of the day, that's the most important thing. So,
but yeah, sort of zeroing in on grit and conscientiousness. So like, yeah. So do you not find it interesting that you have all these characteristics that allow you to excel in one domain, academic domain, that don't appear to be transferable?
I mean, it very well may be that maybe I just don't have the specific like character traits that would allow me to excel more like in certain areas more than I am. Like I have a goal for the V, that, and I have a goal for the washboard abs and the giant ripped shoulders, and I want to achieve that, but like,
yeah, so
I might just not be able to.
No. So as someone who is a personal trainer, well, first of all, like without criticizing your goals, but if those are your goals, like I will accept them and be like, I want to see you achieve them, and I want to empower you to achieve them. As in, like, I have no doubt that you have the ability, and that's why it's super interesting to me. Of like, yeah, in one domain, all of these skills, presumably all of these, and back and forth. It's I've said this before. It's so interesting, okay, that in my academic career, like I encounter like fellow colleagues that they see me and they see that I go to the gym a lot, and I have a particular whatever shape in my body, and these are like fellow graduate students, PhD students, and they're like asking me like, oh, how do I get in better shape? And I'm like, well, it's hard work, it's effort, it's discipline, simply all the things required to get a PhD, or at least there should be a high degree of overlap. I think you would even agree with that.
I don't know if that's the case though, because
you think it doesn't require any discipline.
I mean, I guess it requires discipline to some extent, but I think it's much more determinative. Like I think cognitive ability is so much more important when it comes to whether or not somebody especially like in an academic setting, to be honest with you, because even in law school, which the class schedule is much more crushing than undergrad. You're still not working the same amount of time per day as you are in a full-time job, right? It's
Yeah.
not like the work, like, so it's just like, it's not the same kind of like, I guess it's discipline in one sense, but I don't know if it's like the same measure of grit as compared to like the importance of cognitive ability.
Well, there's sort of the philosophical question of like what if you're so high in cognitive ability, a fellow graduate student, a PhD student, why can't you figure out how to be more disciplined? Why can't you solve that puzzle?
Because these are character traits that are just like that are different, right? So, like, because I don't know, I kind of think that like,
you think it's impossible? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's kind of going back where maybe. Look, I don't know where I'm at with the whole free will determinism thing, but like it very well could be that maybe people it like have different abilities and different things they're good at, and that could be certain people are just naturally good at like hand-eye coordination or upper body strength or like lower body strength or all sorts of things. It would seem, even though that's all physical fitness, it would seem that like perhaps for like mental processes, it's the same thing too, where you could have somebody who has the ability to.
Your video froze for a second.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can still hear you.
Okay, but maybe you have people who can understand certain processes and like have the cognitive ability to get the answer correctly and or perhaps the verbal ability to express their ideas, but they don't have the underlying motivation to change, right? And I think a perfect example of this would be Christopher Hitchens, somebody who, very controversial figure. Obviously, I don't agree with him on everything. I think the whole edgy atheist thing at this point is a little bit tired. But
that's so early 2000s.
Yeah, it's so early 2000s. But like when you before the atheist shit, he had a very long career as a journalist, and if you go back and look at his old documentaries, they were incredibly interesting, right? One of which he went and documented a lot of the issues happening on the island of Cyprus between the North Turkish Cypriots and the Greek Cypriots, and he was very well spoken. He was always very smart, but he was also a raging alcoholic and
died of esophageal cancer, if I remember correctly.
Esophageal cancer, and that was confounded by the fact that he
heavy drinker
smoked. Heavy drinker, but also smoked unfiltered Rothmans. He went through like a pack or two a day for going on decades, right? He was, and you would think that somebody with that intelligence would be able to stop himself, but he wasn't able to, and he said as much. He said,
okay, so we're gonna touch upon that. And yeah, you just say, well, you just got you got dealt a bad hand type of thing. And I'm gonna say you Lactoid. And if I had access to Christopher Hitchens, you could get a better deck. You can get better cards. If you know where to look, and if you get the right interventions. Okay, so let's expand and go down this road of grit and conscientiousness. And this is why I lean so heavily towards the nurture aspect. Try to make my case. Okay. So, cause like me, one of the reasons why I went down this road is because like, I get people in my academic domain now ask me, how do you get in shape? And like, I have my personal training, physical, fitness, community, and they're asking me, like I want to tutor me and help me, get my degree. Like I've literally like I've tutored like other personal trainers because now they want to get to like their athletic therapy degree, and it's like so interesting, and unfortunate that I sometimes see them struggle where it's like get them into the gym, like they can work hard, they can be disciplined, like they know how to like track their diets, they know how to like eat the same thing day in and day out. Get them to do like homework and be disciplined with that, and like things fall apart. And there's absolutely like nothing special about me. I'm not trying to like, I can do both. Like I happen to be able to do both, but it's not through anything like special. I am not gifted at all. I want to make that abundantly clear. Because like I would make the case that like if I could do it, like I think you have the tools to do it as well. So yeah, grit on conscientiousness. Like what makes someone gritty? What makes someone conscientious? I think you would probably agree that you know, there's also this moderating factor of self-control, right?
Yeah, I can agree. I mean, self-control, and that's the other thing. Like, maybe self-control is kind of the same thing as like cognitive ability, where it's maybe it's like not something that's completely controllable by the
or it's
person
somehow inversely correlated. Like, oh, it just so happens that, you know, those in high cognitive ability, they just like have poor self-control. Potentially.
Could be.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure in the beginning of the study it indicated that too.
You mean this study here?
Yeah, the very top. Let me see if I was right. Enter training at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. Prior to training, cognitive ability was negatively correlated with both physical ability and grit. Yeah, so that would seem to indicate that like smart people tend to not be as gritty, right?
Yeah. Although I do want to make the distinction between grit is not the same as self-control. Like they're actually different.
And it could be that grit is simply a attempt of compensation as well.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, how can I turn you, Lactoid, into, you know, a gritty person and maybe a more self-controlled person, right? Because I think, you know, it takes a certain amount of self-control to, you know, complete a university education, to become a doctor as your title. And just as it takes self-control to, you know, follow, you know, a gym routine and diet, and to control your diet. So, here is where bring in other research. If I could bring it up. Oh. Yeah, this one. Okay. And it's funny because I covered this research also on my last stream, coincidentally. So, this study, okay, just zooming in on, you know, personality and specifically conscientiousness. Oh. There's totally, as alluded to multiple times, there's a very high association between scoring high in conscientiousness and educational attainment. Okay.
So, but that's in dispute based on the one study that was sent to me.
You mean the study?
Because it said grit had a negligible impact and conscientiousness was twice of grit, so twice of negligible. I don't know if that's, I don't know how significant that is.
Well,
especially compared to.
I would, well, regardless. I mean, I'm not gonna. We can go into conscientiousness and like there's multiple studies, but like that's where it's like, I'll dissect this study later. But I'm reasonable. I suspect that they're talking about educational success as opposed to educational completion. That's all.
Okay, I don't know what the measure difference would be, but
yeah, because since I don't have access to like the methodology, like I don't know how they're measuring it. But it seems like they explicitly use the word success, and that's different than completion. I think you would even grant that's different than completion. As in,
I don't know, because it could be success, could be like measuring the same thing as completion. Or yeah, it could be that success is more important than completion, to be honest with you, because like if you get through like a college class, like if you get through with all D's, like is that really more important? Like is that a really more impressive person than somebody who drops out before their last year with all A's?
All 8, yeah, no, that totally. I'm just calling into question, like I don't know what their metric is in this study, so I can't say. You are totally right that those things potentially matter. All I'm just saying is that Past research has definitely shown a very strong association between educational attainment, not necessarily success, as in not necessarily a straight A student, but educational attainment, and conscientiousness. And also, even when it comes to like the health aspect, generally speaking, on average, those who score high on conscientiousness, they tend to have, on average, like good health outcomes, and they tend to make better health decisions.
Okay.
So, how can you at the very least like ensure that someone becomes, high in conscientiousness or scores higher in conscientiousness? And they allude to it here in this study. That's the big five, that 5-factor model of personality. Openness to experience, conscientiousness, agreeableness, extroversion, and neuroticism. So, I'm not sure how familiar you are with like attachment theory, all that stuff, but basically attachment theory alludes to pretty much like your upbringing, how you are treated as a child, and form attachments to your caregivers. And they allude to it here in the study. At its core, attachment theory attempts to explain social and personality development across the lifespan. No studies to date, however, have examined whether or how attachment patterns toward primary caregivers early in life are related to adult personality patterns using prospective research designs. As we shall see, there are compelling theoretical reasons to believe that systematic associations should exist between being securely versus insecurely attached to one's caregivers early in life and scoring higher on certain personality traits in adulthood, particularly the meta trait known as stability. So, we derive a confirmatory hypothesis that being securely attached to one's primary caregiver early in life should prospectively predict more stable, that is in more agreeable, more conscientious, and less neurotic. So you are higher in conscientiousness, and you are lower in neuroticism, and neuroticism is associated with negative thought, or like how like you are to have negative thoughts on average. On big 5 trait measures in adulthood, whereas the reverse should be true of insecurely attached children when they are adults. And they propose sort of explanatory. So, now just to the discussion. Yes. So, what they did, this study, okay, is that this study took place across over 30 years. They assessed how the child attaches early in life. They did it at 12 months, did it at 18 months. Then, 30 years later, they assessed the personality of this now really fully grown adult. And then, not surprisingly, those who pretty much what they call form a secure attachment in childhood, they generally have this high conscientiousness, high agreeableness, low neuroticism. And I'll show other research showing that this concept of secure attachment also has like moderating effects on educational attainment. So, they found support for the confirmatory hypothesis that both at the big 5 trait level and the meta trait level. As expected, early attachment security, which is assessed twice in this strange situation in the first 18 months of life, independently predicted each of the big 5 traits that constitute stability: agreeableness, conscientiousness, and neuroticism at age 32. Like, the early childhood experience predicted at the very least, or had strong associations, or I shouldn't say strong, correct that, moderate association between agreeableness, conscientiousness, and neuroticism. But it did not have the strong effect on those other 2 personality traits: extroversion, openness. As they say, attachment security significantly predicted variation in stability at age 32. Like, yeah, this held true for over 3 decades. Specifically, children rated as more secure early in life scored higher on the meta trait of stability in adulthood, whereas those rated as more insecure scored lower on stability as adults. And they remain significant when we statistically controlled for a set of early life socioeconomic variables, offering further evidence that the interpersonal environments that children experience early in life exert a unique impact on personality development. And I would say they're using pretty explicit language here. And they even allude to this earlier in the study. Let me, I can find it.
I'm agreeing with everything. I mean, this all makes sense.
So yeah. Surprisingly little is known about the developmental experiences that contribute to specific personality traits in adulthood. One reason for this has been the strong focus on genetic contributions to adult personality, which at times has overshadowed environmental factors. Several personality scholars, however, have emphasized the contribution that genes, the environment, and their interaction are likely to make in shaping personality development into adulthood. Where it's like there's been, this even bleeds into Jordan Peterson, where it's like Jordan Peterson seems to be a strong proponent of like, oh, personality is like just strongly genetic. And that, you know, whatever personality that you end up with is just like, that's the cards you've been dealt. And like, there appears to be this, as they say, this narrow focus, or like having this tunnel vision on this genetic component. And this environmental component has gone understudied, because it's just like the working assumption is like, this is just genetics at play, and that genes just largely determine, if not solely determine, your personality. Conscientiousness is part of your personality. And this study like calls that into question, and I think it calls that into question like pretty convincingly, because it took place over 30 years, and it was
not for intelligence though, right? So there,
yeah,
I agree. There's likely like some personality traits, and this, I mean, this seems very obvious, right? I mean, yeah, I've seen data on this, and I think the data is it would seem to follow a lot of the same methodology as the twin studies that I referenced before, and a lot of the studies that measure differences in intelligence when we're talking about, okay, you know, we're measuring over time, like a specific thing that's occurred at a young child, or I guess they're polling, I guess in this case, you know, a level of stability at early childhood education or early childhood, and they're measuring stability by relationship with your mother, essentially.
Or caregivers. It's not always the mother.
Right,
yeah.
Right, caregiver, but like for the vast majority of people, this is going to be their mom.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And the connection to that between things like neuroticism or conscientiousness later in life. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. The only contention I mostly have is I think intelligence, like that cognitive ability, seems to be mostly genetic, based on studies that appear to have the same methodology as this. And I also accept this. There's likely other characteristics that are much, maybe even more heavily influenced by like the relationship with your parents. And this is also one of the reasons why I think, you know, like having a like a stable family early on is really important, right? I mean, we know that like every study seems to indicate that like having a kind of coming from a broken home and having you know, not having a stable family, you know, a stable family unit, is highly correlated with negative outcomes. This would just seem to confirm that. So I mean, this all makes sense.
Yeah, well, and that's why it's like I want to make that distinction between like you know, academic success and academic completion. Because like I do care how whatever the grades that a person gets, but like I think what matters most is like completion, like getting through. I'm not necessarily looking to turn every single person into a straight A student. I would say that's probably an unrealistic expectation. I think even you would agree with that.
No, for sure. Yeah. Well, I don't think that it's possible to turn people into grade A students, because I think there's a large group of people that just can't do it.
Yeah, but here is where like probably the discrepancy lies, and like I think you can turn the vast majority of people into those who complete university education.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure. I think most people, I mean, because most people graduate high school, and I mean, there's colleges and majors that I would think would be maybe even less rigorous than that.
Yeah. Okay.
You could get people through college.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not saying let's create.
I just don't think it'd be good for them. Honestly.
I'm not. I want to make it clear. I'm also not advocating for like creating like whatever fake colleges with the lowest of standards so that we can just.
Well, there's some majors. I'm sorry. I know that's controversial. There's some majors that
like the
are.
Juris Doctorate. I agree totally. Like,
I mean, maybe I don't know. People have that opinion, right?
and I value like all degrees from an accredited university that is not religiously affiliated as a legitimate degree.
That's a hell of a caveat.
I'm not gonna lie, I have a hard time taking a religious affiliated universities or colleges seriously, because that's just like a bizarre phenomenon. That all I believe Canada also has like religious affiliate, but it seems like a very American thing. I think. Okay, so as this study kind of like tries to call into pretty much like call into question, this high emphasis on genetic determinants of personality. I agree, different than IQ, different than cognitive ability. That's why like I'm zeroing in on conscientiousness, because at the very least, as they highlight here, your early childhood experience and environment appears to absolutely shape your personality, at least the dimensions of conscientiousness, agreeableness, and neuroticism. That like a fair summary of this research.
The study indicates that, and it also just it agrees with my intuition and what I already know about how important it is to have like a stable family is important, right? Family matters. It's important to have like a stable family unit when you grow up.
Yeah, Family Matters, also a good TV show from the 90s. But
I haven't seen it, but I heard it's pretty good. Yeah. And I also think that like this all indicates why like single motherhood is so such like an issue that like needs to be like we know that basically everything the study's indicating, right? Like coming like a broken home life is not correlated with good outcomes. And
single parent families have challenges, absolutely,
for sure,
100%. And that's why I'm all in favor of not just single parent families, but like any family that requires more resource or investment, we give that investment. But yeah, going down this vein of like, so secure attachment, and let's say how can I turn maybe Lactoid into a more conscientious individual, such that they can achieve their washboard abs and their V shape that they so desire. So can you, let's say, move more?
Clean your room. No, go ahead.
Well, you need the crystal meth for that, apparently.
I heard it works.
So, what is secure attachment? And like, what are the things like can cultivate a secure? Aside from you're no longer in childhood, right? At least I think you would agree with that, and that you're a full-grown adult. So, and also, actually, before I cover that, yeah. So, also throwing in how, environment and other things aside from genetic can affect your educational achievement. There's also like this study here. One of the few studies that actually showed like how an intervention, a fairly simple intervention, actually like boosted grades. And it was specifically like a growth mindset, where it's like kind of moving in the direction away from your position where this is all like, nature playing out. But the more you can actually maybe embrace the idea that you can actually have a growth mindset, might actually be able to boost your achievement.
Also known as a grind set.
No. I found no literature on grind set. If you could find me
growth mindset, grind set, it makes sense to me. Grind, yeah, okay.
If you can find
Corey is endorsing the grind set.
If you can find me any academic paper that in a peer-reviewed journal that references grind set, I'll take it.
But the grind set is like, look, I mean, you're basically like I think what you're showing and what you're tapping into is like there's a lot of like on it, like Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson, and like a lot of the sort of like maybe like self-help personalities are aimed at giving people a mindset of production, which I think is, I think that's incredibly important as well. Now, is it going to be able to, help somebody improve their cognitive ability? I mean, I'm not sure how much you'd be able to do that.
Cognitive ability. Well, yeah. So I'm not necessarily. That's where it's like the title says improves achievement, doesn't say improve cognitive ability.
Right, but so it may be able to improve their, their self-esteem, their, being able to see that their work is actually benefiting them, being able to see the benefit as a society. Yeah, it grinds it all the way. I'm down with it.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So,
pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's what it's all about. The grind set, right? Grow. You gotta grow. You gotta mind. You gotta get that mindset.
Okay. Okay, so going down this road of kind of like
same guy in chat also just linked me something. This meta-analysis shows that growth mindset basically has no effect.
No effect. But if you want to
do growth mindset interventions impact students' academic achievement? A systematic review and meta-analyses with recommendations for best practices.
Yeah,
we conclude that apparent effects of growth mindset interventions on academic achievement are likely attributable to inadequate study design, reporting flaws, and bias. Wow, and this is from 2022.
Yeah, it's very like if you want to send it my way, I'm more than happy.
It's one guy, by the way, that sends me all these. Just so you know.
That's nothing wrong with that. A guy or girl.
He's a really smart dude. He's a little bit of a human library sometimes. He just knows shit. I never ask why he knows it. He just does. And this would, but like, even though the study says this, like, this would seem like you're telling me, wow. So like Andrew Tate and like Sneeko and all these fucking like grind set people, like their shit's just all a scam. I mean, that's what the study seems to indicate, that like.
Well, I mean, it is a scam from those people,
right.
But I'm not saying a growth mindset is a scam.
That's what this one says.
Let me see. I'm just briefly looking over the paper. Sent.
Yeah.
Public significant statement. This systematic review and meta-analysis suggests that despite the popular growth mindset interventions in schools, positive, rare, possibly spurious due to inadequately designed. Going through it. Oh, okay. I don't think. Here's where I think reading a full study probably meant. Get it up. Add it to it. Hopefully you're able to see it too.
McMurray, yep.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, they have that, well, the abstract is the abstract.
I read that.
Yeah.
Just one.
So yeah, public significant statement. This systematic review and meta-analysis suggests that despite the popularity of growth mindset interventions in schools, positive results are rare, which I would agree with that, and possibly spurious due to inadequately designed interventions, reporting flaws, bias. So like, I would say this is pretty prudent. Like, I would say this is not like disqualifying a growth mindset. I have no doubt.
Not necessarily, I guess, but that's not the most glowing review.
Yeah, but first of all, I haven't read the entire thing.
Right, because the abstract says likely attributable to inadequate study design, reporting flaws, and bias. So I'm curious if they mention that later. Oh, hold on. The results indicate that. In particular, the systematic review yielded several concerning patterns of threats to internal validity.
So yeah.
How much money does it cost to like give somebody a growth mindset?
Well, so this is a huge. I mean, this is a large research group, and it also includes Angela Duckworth. No surprise. And this is also published. It was Nature, I believe. Yeah.
She a lefty? Hold on.
You love. Are you googling Angela Duckworth lefty ?
I'm just looking her up. No, she doesn't seem to be like at least based on some of her statements, she doesn't seem to be overly political.
No, she's pretty much like only a psychological researcher.
But their grit does have. So 2017 meta-analysis found that grit is only moderately correlated with performance. Moderately, that word again. Moderately correlated
we like that word.
Attention, and that it has not been adequately distinguished from several previously studied constructs, including conscientiousness, persistence, and industriousness.
Yeah. So there's a lot of overlap between these aren't strictly defined. Like, how do you tease out between like grit, perseverance, resilience? There's a little bit of distinct, but like there's also like a lot of overlap. Right. It's hard to like tease out what exactly is grit, and let's like separate it from everything else.
Her work suggests that grit is unrelated to IQ, but is closely related to conscientiousness.
Because, as I sort of alluded to, like, that seems to be kind of like a transferable, trait, where it's like conscientiousness is like pretty decently correlated with academic achievement, and it's also decently correlated to like generally, on average, like better health outcomes. Where it's like, generally speaking, those who score high on conscientiousness tend to at least be pretty decent at the academic or whatever cognitive ability, academic side and like physical side.
Maybe it would. I mean, I would intuitively, it would definitely seem to be so. But I don't know. So far, what you're telling me is that so far what we've learned is that intelligence is either mostly or majorly genetic, and that family matters very much in the upbringing of young children. I'm not. Everything sounds great.
Well, I understand those are your, but like I would take a little bit of issue with the first position that you laid out. But 1 second.
I'm curious. Using the study, or you think mothers should stay home and take care of the kids if like that's correlated with decreased neuroticism? And
I think a parent should stay home.
All right, so you have like one stay-at-home parent.
Well, not
Isn't
sure.
there
Well, I mean that depends, right? Where it's like if there's such an effect on their earning capabilities, right?
Sure.
If both parents not working results in homelessness, like I'd prefer maybe a potentially neglected child in a home than a 2-parent family on the streets type of thing.
Do you think I get that? What do you think about, so one thing that I've seen is like breastfeeding is incredibly important as well. And it's like openly recommended by I think the CDC.
Yeah, and I believe the American Academy of Pediatrics also makes it.
Yeah.
Or I think the first 2 years of life, but
yeah.
But I'm definitely anti-breastfeeding because that is the sexualization of children.
No, I think it's good.
Well, then how?
It should be expected.
No, given your position, how can you justify breastfeeding? You can't
because of all like the medical necessity, right? I mean, I think there's a medical necessity of it.
Okay, so you would still deem it as potentially harmful, but the benefits so outweigh the potential cost that you're willing to.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, like if there was no benefit, I wouldn't want like somebody to have a baby sucking their nipples. It'd be weird. But like, no, there's such a significant benefit, and it's like a food source, and it's I think important for all sorts of reasons. That I mean, I think
well,
it
so
should be
then,
the case.
would you potentially advocate then of like because there's also like other secondary effects of like it's not just nutritional. There's also like a bonding between child and mother that cannot necessarily be discounted and not really easily measured. But it seems like based off of your position, like if ever we come up with like the perfect formula that perfectly simulates human breast milk, then you would be anti-breastfeeding.
Well, no, because there's other benefits, right? So like that would be like the bonding and that element. I think that's important for children's psychological well-being and the neuroticism and all that stuff. Like that's important. From what I assume.
Okay, yeah. I'm just trying to clarify.
Like when it's like, I mean, the rule is simple. Like when it stops becoming beneficial, you should probably stop doing it. Like that's a great rule of thumb whenever you're dealing with children. Like when it stops helping them, just stop doing it. Like don't do it anymore.
I mean, I agree. That's a generally pretty good heuristic for life probably.
Yeah.
But I think it's hard to draw like hard lines of like what if it's shown that like the most optimal amount of time is like 5 years. What about a decade?
Then it'd be a decade, right? If that's the optimal amount of time. Look, I'm a man of science. Okay, I follow the data.
No.
So
I'm glad to hear that. I'm gonna try and science you.
All the science.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and science you into hopefully maybe embracing a certain side of you that you might not want to embrace. But like going back to this study, and it like calling into question like a growth mindset. Like I don't think it's like invalidating the growth mindset research. As far as I could tell, obviously I haven't read the whole thing. But this is a review article, and it seems like they didn't single out this specific article, although I'm sure they probably included in the review. I do actually want to see what studies they included. Studies included analysis 3. I wonder if they even
I think I saw something.
Oh, sorry.
We down a little bit. We gotta go to meta-analysis 3.
Oh, right. Yeah, may be due to inadequate study designs, reporting flaws, and or bias.
Yeah, it's not good.
Well, to me, this is not like any sort of like. It's not
it's like in all science, it's not an absolute like.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not like fact. It's not like, it's just a theory, like evolution, right? So like it could be wrong.
Not gonna fall for that trap. But yeah, it's not invalidating this. I have no problem saying like is there probably like methodological issues with this study? Yes, absolutely. No study is perfect. And like there's absolutely room for improvement on the study. But it's hard for me to believe, at least based off what I read so far from the other study, that like this research with this amount of researchers, published in Nature, and this made like headlines, or like was widely circulated when it hit the streets. It was about whatever 8 or 10 years ago now, 12-ish, if I remember correctly. Not that it matters all that much. Either way, like I don't think it invalidates. Yeah, if this person in your chat is trying to use this review article to invalidate all of the growth mindset literature, I don't think, as far as I can tell, that this does that.
I think it definitely puts it into question. It puts it into question a lot more than the twin studies, and there doesn't seem to be any review that puts the twin studies into question.
Yeah, fair. Just because, well,
and they've been around for a lot longer.
Well, no, you can't provide a review, at least because like the twin studies they have built in, like that's just like a model breakdown. You can't do a study on like the model of twin studies. It's like there's built-in assumptions type of thing, because you can't test for those assumptions. Like
well, isn't there built-in assumptions when it comes to measuring grit or growth mindset? I mean, it seems to be maybe even less quantifiable than IQ.
Yeah, I have no problem biting that bullet of like these are fuzzy, just as I would say IQ is a fuzzy concept, grit is a fuzzy concept, resilience is a fuzzy concept. And I have no problem admitting that IQ is measuring something, but I'm not saying it's like the be-all and end-all of cognitive ability, or like the be-all and end-all of academic achievement. Same thing with like grit, it's measuring something, but like do I exactly know what it's measuring? And do I know what grit is measuring as distinct from like resilience, perseverance, or industriousness? No, I don't. That also might be ignorance on my part because I'm not a psychologist. But I do still think that these concepts like have meanings. Just as you use the certain political labels as libertarian for the sake of convenience to attempt to understand yourself or convey your message to other people for them to understand you. I think the same principle applies here. Like grit means something, but it certainly has limitations.
I mean, look, if we want to, I'm open to experiment. If we want to try like different teaching methods on kids like this or whatever, and it seems to be helpful, either it seems to be helpful or the opposite is like, well, it might not be helpful, but I don't think there's any indication that it's harmful, right? So, yeah. I mean, when I'm not necessarily opposed to giving it a shot. I mean, really, I don't like have opinions when it comes to like intelligence where it's like super hardcore, or like I guess genetics where it's super hardcore. It's just more along the lines of like I've read this stuff, like I know you have as well, but to me, from what I'm seeing, it just seems to indicate that like the house you're raised in is important for like a lot of character things. Like education obviously is like correlated with positive outcomes. I mean, there's no argument there. But like, I think the critical element, I'm not saying, and you already haven't said this, right? But there is an increasing number of people, a lot of people actually now, especially on the left, that just deny IQ, and they just deny the concept of genetic intelligence. Like any difference between any two individuals is because of their class or their environment or that. And so ultimately, like, it's a wrong that needs to be rectified, right? But there's no credit given to the idea of, well, what if somebody just has like naturally more talent in this area? And like they'll agree with talent like in the abstract, but when you say like, well, like what about intelligence? What about talent when it comes to intelligence? Then it becomes like a very difficult conversation. And that's my only issue when it comes to this, right? So when Scott, for example, I think very rightfully, I mean, we've had this conversation very like amenably. But last time when Scott brought it up, it wasn't so amenable. Whoever, I forget the other
Kaiosin.
Yeah, Kaiosin was like, I'm not going to have the conversation with you at all. Like, this is not important. Like, heritability doesn't mean genetics. Like, you can't even talk about this, right? And then, you know, that's one thing. But like, what Scott was trying to do is just say, like, look, when it comes to intelligence, like, a large portion of this is genetic, which does contradict the narrative that the only reason why two people are in different circumstances is due to like environmental and historical and class reasons. And I very uncomfortably can also like contradicts maybe some of the, you know, when we say like all men are created equal, like what does that mean? Like equal rights, sure, but obviously not equal abilities.
Yeah, it's just like, well, I think some people are not willing to have the conversation and understand why. It's because like a lot of people sometimes use these concepts as like as a gatekeeper of like, well, you know, since you happen to score on this test, well, that means like, you know, those are just the cards that have been dealt to you, and so like, you know, why help you go to university when like you know, it's built into your biology. Like this is just like biology playing out, when there's very little reason to believe, or at least there's good reasons to believe that whatever is playing out biologically, you can at least help people and empower people to improve their circumstances, or to attain a university degree if in fact they want to. I think that's.
But I would never do that. And I don't. And here's the other thing. Like, I don't think people on the right do this. Like, it almost seems to be the opposite, where, you know, there's this very strong conception of like free will and like personal responsibility, and like you have people like Jordan Peterson like telling people like, if you want to improve your stake in life, like go out and do it, right? Like ultimately you're responsible. Like, you know, you can do it. You can do it. Like Ben Shapiro has said this multiple times. Like all the conservative like think tanks. Like that's the message they put out. Meanwhile, like the leftist camp, in my experience, seems to be more along the lines of like, you know, these are like systemic class issues where the individual is kind of hopeless. Like the locus of control is external, not internal, right? Like there are powers beyond your control that are shaping the world in such a way that you can't succeed. And that the only way you can succeed is if we change the system and we change the external locus. We exert our external locus of control and we change the system. So I don't think that the right wing is doing it that way. I think what it is the right wing is saying like, look, like everyone needs to try. You can do it. But like when we go afterwards, when we look at the outcomes and we see that the people, like sometimes the people who try don't make it, you know, oftentimes it's luck for sure, but sometimes it's not luck. Sometimes it's just they weren't talented as much as this other guy who did make it, right? Like, I mean, everyone in the NFL tries, but one team wins.
Well, okay, there's a lot to unpack there. And I take I would reject the binary of like, yeah, the left is all about external locus of control and the right is all about internal locus of control.
Tends to be the case.
Yeah, it tends to. but I do tend to lean towards like external circumstances like matter, and they heavily influence. Like, yes, obviously, I'm not going to say it's 100% external locus of control. And I think that I think the amount of control that you have, like, obviously, I think obviously varies by class as well, and your circumstances. Where like, you know, how much control do you have to like? I think the left is part of like modifying the environment to give people to control. Where it's like, yeah, like if you want to, for example, go to university, you have the resources to go to, and it's not just like, you know, a matter of like because the right is like, well, if you don't go to university, like it's always a free choice, and like you're absolutely free to do so, whatever, to take on loans or whatever, and that
Yeah, you can take out loans, right? But I guess now we're paying them off anyway, so. Yeah.
some of them off, not all of them, or only 10 or 20,000, up to $20,000.
Yeah. But up to people making $125,000 per year. So.
Yeah, where it's I don't see any problem with that. Where it's like if you actually choose, like I think a financial barrier like is a barrier, and that is something that's outside of your control.
How is it how's it a barrier though? Because like, look, U.S. college attendance rates higher than like some places in Europe where it's free. You know, you go to college, you take out loans or you get scholarships, right? I did both, and you got to pay it off later, and that might be a barrier to some things that you want to do later in life. But how would that be a barrier to getting the education in the first place? Unless you don't think you're going to get a degree that actually is worth it.
Well, yeah, that's where the disconnect will lie. Where it's like, yeah, and that's where how free are you to choose if, you know, whatever you happen to choose a domain, or your interests or talents lie in a domain that may not be the most financially lucrative.
Well, that's good though. We don't want people what's the classical like conservative like underwater basket weaving? Do we really want to spend a whole bunch of money on this?
I know you're memeing, but that's not an actual degree. Like, please choose.
Well, no, but it is though. And like one of these, like there's some fucking school. That's why it became a meme, because like there's some school that actually offered like a degree in underwater basket weaving, and then like everyone latched onto that, and like that was the meme for like a long time. So like somebody going into that field, I mean, how financially responsible is that really? I mean, they have the freedom to go to it, I guess, if they want to make that financial risk, but like, why should we have to compensate their risk?
Just because if that's where their talent lies, then I have no problem like maximizing that talent. Like if in fact that it's hard for me to believe that someone's talent is in underwater basket weaving, but like I'll bite that bullet of like whatever the domain is. Then sure. The same thing with like choose your degree. That's fine by me. That's where like the locus of control, and that's where the freedom lies. Like you should be free to choose and not be constrained of like having to take in or trying to take into account your economic circumstances or your future economic circumstances.
If you want to do no, but like it's this is like there's some level of like internal locus of control where it's like there's a price that needs to be paid for this, right? So like if you're going to have somebody who's going to go into a skill that's useless to the rest of the community, and with simultaneously have the expectation that that community should also pay for you to undergo this endeavor, then what's the functional difference between this and like having the government buy me like 1,000 water balloons to roll around in like Scrooge McDuck? Because like ultimately both like don't benefit them at all, but like, hey, it's how I self-actualize, so fuck it, right?
Well, I think there's a little bit of I think your examples of an extreme of like 1,000 water balloons. First of all, like Scrooge McDuck did not swim around in 1,000 water balloons.
It's in dollar or coins or whatever, but I think that like I think 1,000 water balloons would be more useful than a degree in underwater basket weaving.
Well, that's because I have no doubt that you evaluate utility in like strictly economic terms. And just
when I have to pay for it, yeah, then of course it's economic terms.
Yeah, well, that's the same thing. Like here, and that'll be like the fundamental difference. That is probably not reconcilable between us. Where it's like, I'm sure, like, just as here in Canada, I have no, where we have, you know, socialized evil medicine. I have no, like, why should I have to pay for, you know, some cigarette smokers' healthcare?
Right,
Or
but at least at that extent, though, you could like, I don't know, like make some kind of justification along the lines of like, oh, like their life is like highly valuable or whatever. But like this goes beyond that. This says like what they want to do is like valuable. What they want to do is so valuable that like we'd be willing to put an expense like on the community. Like what if so somebody wants to get a degree in underwater basket weaving. That brings them some kind of like self like actualization. Okay, we pay for that. What if it brings me equal? What if I could prove to you that it brought me equal or greater self-actualization to drive around in a Lamborghini? Does like the community owe me a Lamborghini?
if you can, well, so I'd have a hard time buying that you can actually prove that, and B, I'd have a hard time believing that you, like, in whatever.
I can prove it.
Well, it's a separate conversation in terms of like your what you value, and you know how your value like moderates your being. Where it's like, yeah, I have no doubt that you receive people engage in consumerist behavior, like buying a Lamborghini for particular reasons. It's like largely psychological reasons.
Takes me to work. It lets me show off to people. It's just the car that I want. I'm very psychologically satisfied by having it.
Yeah.
I self-actualize with it.
But no, I wouldn't use that term. You get either you're like sort of engaging in status games, or you know, self-esteem, or trying to boost your self-esteem.
But I'm happier. I'm happier because of it, right?
Actually, no. The vast majority, at least as far as the vast majority of psychological research of people who engage in consumerist behavior don't generally have higher psychological well-being than those who value let's say different things, or I would say better things.
You're saying to me, you're telling me that maybe this is hard for me. You're telling me that if I got a Lamborghini, I would be just as happy or less happy than if I got like a fucking shit bucket Nissan.
It did. So I'll attempt to prove it.
Okay.
Wow. 1 second.
Do we know what the rates of happiness are between underwater basket weaving degrees and the standard population? Or gender studies degrees? What if here's a question. What if by getting a gender studies degree, like the average like well-being rates in terms of anxiety and neuroticism tend to go up afterwards based on the content of study? Would that justify getting rid of that degree if it actually led to a negative effect?
What specific negative effect? Sorry?
Higher neuroticism and anxiety.
Well, if it was only that and nothing, like, if it was all, I would agree with you. If it's only negative, as in like, yes, if these individuals who get their underwater basket weaving, that it only leads to a negative psychological state and only that, then like, sure, I would agree that we probably should not offer that degree. Where it's like, yeah, everyone who gets this degree just comes out depressed. Yeah, I'm not good with that outcome. But yes, you know, materialism, consumerist values, like, does it actually lead to happiness? At least the vast majority of research that I've seen tends to lead to no.
I think I've seen some of this too.
Where
I still hold that I would be happier with a Lambo than somebody else would be with a underwater basket weaving degree.
I know you hold that. If you have a,
I will strongly hold that belief. I really want one.
Are you genuine about that?
Yes, like I genuinely like a sports car. Like I would love to have a sports car. I've always wanted one. Like, it'd be great. Or maybe not. I mean, we're like a muscle car or like a bigger house. Like how like if I would prefer like a much like a, you know, a 10-bedroom house as opposed to a 2-bedroom house. Like that would increase my life happiness. Like, do people owe me a 10-bedroom house now?
Okay,
like,
so do you want a super yacht as well?
I mean, I would take one, yeah. Being able to go out with my buds, like out in the middle of
the
and
you think that says nothing about you at all as a person and your personality and what you value?
I think it says just as much about me as somebody who gets a degree in an economically disadvantaged field and then requests that I pay for it.
Okay, so if you can back that up, I can back up the claim that, you know, if you engage in materialistic values and consumerist behavior, like, you probably don't have, like, the greatest, like, self-worth, and you're trying to, like, fill a void that's not fillable.
Are you telling me a yacht can't? Have you ever seen somebody unhappy on a jet ski? Like, send me one picture.
That's not what... First of all, well-being is not just is you smiling in a perpetual, like, you're not the Joker, if you have high degrees of well-being. That's not, what well-being,
Oh, wait. Being on a boat promotes psychological and physiological changes spanning health and wellness on wonder, creativity, and play, happiness, and relaxation. This is from discoverboating.ca.
Discover.
So,
This is no surprise. Okay.
What if... Hold on. This boat... Let me look this up. Does boating help mental health? According to Sports Medicine Weekly, it does.
I mean, I have no... Well, but boating is a large... You can engage in boating without buying a boat or owning a super yacht. If you're going to use boating as justification for buying a super yacht, I think that's...
Well, am I owed a boat then, I guess? Maybe not a super yacht, but, like, what kind of boat am I owed?
I'd have to say, if rigorous studies showed that you owning a rowboat promoted, like, really just great psychological well-being, I'd have no problem providing free rowboats for everybody.
If it was yachts, would you agree at the same time? Would you also do that?
I mean, talking about yachts or super yachts?
Yachts.
Even then, no, because then again, I have no... You can get psychological boosts from material things.
Right, I'm not asking if. I'm saying work with me on the hypothetical. We do a study. It shows that owning a yacht makes you psychologically satisfied to a pretty decent degree. Would you then, like, designate, like, it is an imperative of the U.S. to, like, equip American citizens with their yachts?
I would only agree to it if it actually not just psychological satisfaction, but it promoted, like, you know, kind of like, you know, deep, fulfilling well-being. Kind of like the UK. If it promoted that, because, like, that's presumably the end goal, and, like, at that point, everyone is just, like, happy on their yacht. Well, they have high degrees of well-being on their yacht.
Do you think like taking taxes from people, like, lowers their psychological well-being? Do you think it causes some kind of, like, negative reaction?
I have research on that if you want to see, but
yeah, I'm curious. Because most of, like, during tax time, people are usually pissed off. I would assume that, like, being pissed off usually, like, that is a negative mental reaction. I would assume that, like, without taxes there would be less upsetness.
So if I remember, I'll bring it up later, but if I remember correctly, so they compared taxation versus voluntarily giving to charity, and when compared to that, like, yes, generally speaking, voluntarily giving to charity promotes better. Well, there's more satisfaction associated with voluntarily giving to charity than involuntary taxation. But I could be I'll bring it up after this, when I...
Yeah, sure. Because it would seem to, like, it seems very clear to me, like, even WebMD has, like, how to deal with tax season, like, how to cope with tax time stress.
Well, tax season is different than being taxed.
Well, no, you're paying like, that's why it sucks. You're paying the tax.
Or you also have to do your taxes. Like, maybe whatever, collecting all the papers and documents is a source of stress.
That sucks too.
Yeah, but
I'm in favor of getting rid of both.
Well, yeah,
or at least lowering both.
Oh yeah, but you're in favor of, like, abolishing. Like, we can make a tax system that makes it, like, you don't have to go through all the paperwork. It's just, like, something that's automated. Or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's just, like, everyone should agree with that, I guess. Although I'm not sure I do agree with it, because wouldn't that make them... If that makes people even a little bit more okay with taxes, then I'd be against it. I would want to make taxes as most difficult and, like, just draining as possible. That way people would not be in favor of it politically.
So yeah, like, you know, your desire to, like, own a Lamborghini, or, like, to potentially, whatever, maybe own a super yacht if it was given to you, like, I think that potentially says something about what you value, and maybe what your some insight into your personality, because there's an abundance of psychological research going more or less like materialism is associated with self-enhancement, generally like lower self-worth or lower confidence, and that many people are engaging in consumerist behavior to like boost their confidence or in an attempt to like boost their self-worth. But it's, as I said, it's sort of like a never-ending void that you can't really fill. Where, yes, materialism fell within the cluster of self-enhancement values for power and achievement. It was also nearby values for hedonism and stimulation. At the same time, materialism stood in relative conflict with collective or self-transcendent values for religiosity. And I think even you would bite the bullet that on average, those who are religious tend to score higher in like happiness and well-being, right?
Yeah, they tend to give more too.
Yeah, that's true. And there's values of benevolence.
So hold on. Wait. Something's clicked. So religion makes you happier, but you argue against religion.
Yeah, I do.
So aren't you actively like poisoning the American mind, like against happiness?
No, because you can substitute religion for like other like there.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
We have a good research showing like what brings a psychological boost from religion. It's not necessarily believing in the supernatural, or like submitting to God.
I want to see that, because I saw the research that actually said like even controlling for like the community factor there still is like the belief in of itself, like in like a higher power and like giving up responsibility to a higher power, like and the idea
okay,
of, like,
yeah.
life.
So that's where there's this. So when they talk about like values, they're referring to pretty much like this whatever graph here, this figure, where like on this axis you have self-transcendence, okay, which is basically I'm hoping it's explanatory, but it's the opposite of self-enhancement. So this is where you're completely selfish, and this is where arguably like the most altruistic, not about yourself. And then on the other axis you have openness to change. And materialism like is over here. It is the opposite of self-transcendent. And then generally speaking, the things that promote kind of like well-being and the eudaimonic well-being or happiness well-being, they tend to be up here in the upper right quadrant. Community, universalism, benevolence.
What about bottom right?
Well, that's still on the concept of self-transcendence, and yet totally like, as you can see, religiosity is like loose. Pretty much, the more right you go, you're generally more associated with happiness and well-being, or like greater well-being, not just satisfaction. Like materialism totally appears to be associated with satisfaction, but that's different than happiness and well-being. That's where sort of like the disconnect lies, where it's like people that are engaged in materialism, they think through like the greatest amount of self-satisfaction, they will eventually get high degrees of happiness and well-being. And this is why people engage in endless consumerism, because like you are filling the wrong bucket. Satisfaction and happiness and well-being, they're almost like entirely like separate concepts, and like you are in an attempt to like fill this other bucket of self-satisfaction, you are attempting to fill like this completely separate bucket, happiness and well-being.
I don't know. I think you could do both, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, you can, but there's a reason why they're on the opposite ends of the axis, because it's very difficult, because like this.
I study that like wealth and like income is associated with happiness.
So okay, yeah. So there's that. I think behavioral economist Daniel Kahneman, their research. So there's difference where income and well-being, like it appears to like cap out, where I think it was around like 75,000 or 80,000. Well-being like kind of plateaus. Like yes, but when it comes to like income and sort of like life satisfaction, yes, there appears to be a pretty decently linear relationship, where it's like yes, you can gain more satisfaction through higher income, but it's not necessarily like really contributing to your well-being. yes, you can get boosts in satisfaction through income. But that, again, that's sort of like a separate. I'm not saying it has no effect, but it seems like what matters most in terms of like fulfillment and sort of like, you know, the highest achievement for humans is like that well-being, that deep, fulfilling happiness and well-being.
Or hyper-rationalism. I think that also helps. So we've been at this for like a little more than 3 hours.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I'm kind of running into. I just want to know. I wanted to give you an opportunity, though. If there's anything else that you wanted to,
Okay.
any other points you wanted to make or talk about, real quick.
Yeah, well, we'll probably have to table the other things that I want to. I'll just end with. Here's where I'm going to attempt. Okay. You want to maybe exercise greater self-control, greater impulse, and maybe make better health decisions. Self-compassion appears to be where it's like, and I think you would agree that self-compassion is an emotion, and is not hyper rational, and yet, funnily enough, I think here is where it's like becomes super interesting. Where like, you know, the most hyper rational people don't seem to make the most optimal self-interested, and that's where I think that blind spot is. Don't have that emotional component. It's really challenging to truly make self-interested decisions. The last thing that I'll leave you with as further evidence, where it's like, yeah, there's this totally association, self-compassion, physical health, and health behaviors. Where it's like, as they say, results support the proposition that self-compassion can promote better physical health. You're being hard on yourself if you're not attaining your physical goals. I would say be self-compassionate. And also, this is reproduced as well. This falls under self-regulation, or i.e. self-control, where generally speaking, you want to promote self-control behaviors, or maybe as you would say, impulse control. It seems like the emotional component really plays a strong part in that. Where you have multiple studies, moment, where, again, have self-compassion increases self-improvement, motivation. And another emotion that appears to be important is gratitude. The grateful are patient. Heightened daily gratitude is associated with attenuated temporal discount. Temporal discounting is basically the concept of, well, pretty much like long-term. There's more that I want to say about, you know, nurture, and how nurture affects academic achievement. Well, you're not feeling your best. You're probably tired.
So I appreciate talking to me. And so, and for my closing, I mean, I agree, like, be grateful for what you have. And it's something that I don't think people are grateful enough. You know, I think, yeah, you can love yourself, but I also think it's important to hate the weakness within you, because you are temporary, but glory is forever. And part of achieving that ultimate glory is to burn all weakness out of your body and become the idyllic human, and get the V, because that's ultimately what matters. If you have a V, you're probably healthy. That's a good way to remember it. You know, I appreciate it. I mean, it was a very study-heavy discussion we had today. I think I've already kind of like did maybe this little bit of the summary before, but you know, I'm glad that we talked about this, because I do feel like when we talk about intelligence being either the very minimum heavily genetically correlated or mostly genetically correlated, that's a very difficult conversation, and it often shuts down very quickly. There's a specific side of the aisle that does it, not pointing any fingers, but we didn't experience that here today, and I really appreciate that, and I appreciate your candid examination of the facts. But I do think that the examination of the facts does yield my hypothesis, or I guess theory at this point, based on the body of knowledge that exists, which is that intelligence is, to some degree, genetically determined. And that means that there are obviously going to be different outcomes for people, even if you have equal opportunities for people. So just the evidence of disequity is not evidence of inequality, and it's not even evidence of anything wrong necessarily, in my opinion, obviously. I think, and I think I just want to leave it there. So obviously there's a million more things we could talk about, but
totally. Because you want to fully make the case. The last thing that I will ask you is, when it comes to policy intervention and like the research on helping those who are in poverty. So are you like philosophically opposed to like just, let's say for example, in like countries that are experiencing extreme poverty, are you like against, giving families in those countries like money, just like straight, like here's just money, do with it what you will?
I think, well, first and foremost, just because I need to get it in there, I think capitalism and markets have been the single greatest force to alleviate global poverty and to alleviate all suffering on the planet. And it has been. And even Marx agreed, by the way. That's not just me saying that. Even Marx agreed that capitalism was the single most beneficial force on all the planet. He obviously thought something worse should come after for some insane reason, but he even agreed, like, capitalism is really fucking good. As it comes to like situations like that, look, I'm philosophically opposed to it in the sense like it is stealing, but I'm also like a very reasonable person when it comes to policy compromises, which is I think maybe where the libertarian camp maybe separates a little bit from your like super anarcho-capitalist types who have a very specific idea of like, I'm not going to vote unless I vote specifically for this one person who agrees in everything I say, as opposed to somebody who's like, we can keep this if we get rid of this, or we can do this if we do get rid of this. I've definitely fallen much more on like the pragmatic side of, I'm definitely not going to be aiming on cutting food stamps first, or even at all. I mean, I know that there's some evidence that suggests that like if it lowers crime, for example, to a particular, like a certain degree, I could be convinced just to keep it, right? Because crime is coercion. I'm against coercion first and foremost. So if we can reduce crime that way, perhaps it could be worth it, dollar for dollar. But I wanted to also be clear that in America, the conversation's so far not about like I think the rational stuff that we could perhaps agree with, like food, like very like food stamps, the courts, the military. It's turned into like discussions of, should we give $10,000 or $20,000 to college grads? Like that's the debate. Or like, should we have our fourth or fifth stimulus check? Like that's the kind of discussion that we're moving into. So yeah, I'd be willing to work with you, Corey, if it meant we keep food stamps, but we get rid of Social Security. Like, I am in favor of getting rid of Social Security completely.
Yeah, but I'm talking even more, like literally, like these are like potentially communities and families in like sub-Saharan Africa that are like living in tents type of thing, where it's like we'll table it for another time. But like if you look at the extreme the research about extreme poverty and extreme poverty interventions. Like there's some really good studies just like showing them like, in addition to like giving them money, like they provide them like life coaching, they provide them like entrepreneurial coaching, and like really positive outcomes, where it's like not only did they give them like a lump sum of money, but they give them like regular cash payments, In addition to like all that coaching that I just mentioned, I feel like it pretty much like does lift them out of poverty.
Have you heard the criticism that like foreign aid and stuff along these regards, like it disincentivizes like kind of like an indigenous industry and skills from forming because, well, why work to build a business and or build a farm or do this stuff when you're going to get UN food aid anyway?
Well, isn't that what the fundamental like criticism against like welfare? Like, there's no incentive to work, so people are just gonna sit around. But
I mean, I would cut a lot of welfare.
yeah, that's the fundamental difference, I think, philosophically. Of like I think you see probably humans in general as like if there's no economic incentive to work, then you won't work. As opposed to I operate under the assumption that humans fundamentally do want to work. We're not work like, you know, have a job 9 to 5, but to contribute to society, I guess is a better. As in, like, people want to contribute. People want to put in effort.
Just in the wrong ways. Do you see that one classic meme of like, what would your job be in the commune? And like half of them are like, I would make coffee, and like there's like 3 of them that are like hookers, and then like I think one guy out of like all like 50 or 60 of the replies was like, I could probably do some like hard labor. And it's like, why'd you even phrase it like that, hard labor? I think it was a troll, but
yeah, and I have no problem saying, just as I would say to you, Lactoid, that you probably, in my opinion, you value the wrong things that don't promote your well-being of the long term, and that, you know, if you really want like a Lamborghini, a super yacht, I think you should maybe reassess your values. And I think there are totally many people on the left need to do that as well. As in, like, maybe the biggest political Twitch streamer, politics Twitch streamer needs to also do the same or engage in the same thing.
I just got a new watch, by the way. Speaking of materialism, I don't know if you guys see it. It's really cool. It was dirt cheap and it was entirely made in Japan, which is better than China. Right?
Well,
it's not quite Swiss, but it
does it give you a boost knowing it was like made
yes
in Japan? Okay.
Yeah, like if it was made in like China, I wouldn't want to wear it. But it was made in Japan, or basically Japan's like second place to Switzerland, right? Obviously, Swiss is the best place to get a watch. I do have a Swiss watch.
Yeah.
I get a lot of enjoyment from it. Whenever I think about it, like it brings me warm feelings just to know that I own it. But this one's cool too, and I'm glad I have it.
Okay. And the last thing that I will leave you with,
not some of the vegan shit. No, it's not making me feel bad.
If you want to really prove that, you know, you're high IQ, okay, you got to make that switch before age 30 is the cutoff. Okay.
What?
Higher IQ at age 10 was associated with an increased likelihood of being vegetarian at age 30.
Oh, that's just like, hold on.
Oh, no, now.
No, there's no way.
Now the IQ research is all bunk.
Well, but like how? But how would eating trees make you smarter? That doesn't make any sense. Like, you're telling me meat makes me dumb?
I'm not saying no.
The growth hormones maybe. What if I eat all organic meat? Does this separate?
No. It's not necessarily diet, or it could be that, you know, so vegetarians and vegans are like outside of the box thinking, and it takes a certain amount of cognitive ability to really think outside the box.
See, look, I'm born with the genetic intelligence that I'm stuck with, and I guess I'm stuck eating meat. So sorry.
Yeah.
Can't do anything about it, Corey.
But I don't know how. I imagine you're like whatever 26, 27, but you got like whatever a few years left to make the switch, and then you get that IQ boost before age 30.
I don't know if that works that way.
I'm obviously.
Maybe. If it did, I would do it. By the way, I think that if I even think that like people of sufficiently low IQ, you could probably convince into giving up meat if you could say, look, just give it up by age 30 and you'll be smarter. Well, I think so. It's correlated.
Now you wanted to call into question the IQ doesn't mean anything anymore, especially if it's associated.
I have an issue with this study's methodology. I think it makes a couple of assumptions. I just don't.
Yeah, totally fair. But yeah, we definitely should have a future conversation, because I think there's a lot of avenues to go down that we didn't fully flesh out. And I definitely appreciate your willingness to listen and to follow the science. I'm hoping you follow this science too, you know? I will gladly call you high IQ once you at least go vegetarian.
Okay, I'll think about it.
And
No
what I
promises.
will say in my favor is I made the switch before age 30. Got that going for.
Your IQ is probably higher because of it. I'll give you that credit. No, I appreciate it. Thanks, Corey.
All right, thanks again, Lactoid. Until next time,
Yeah.
take care, be well. All right. Well, I enjoyed that conversation, but I can only speak for myself. And also welcome, Desolate Mirror. And welcome, That's Pretty True. Welcome, Overload Cly, if you're still here. Thank you so much for the raid, Egma, and also Louis 13. If you want a link to that paper, I think you wanted a link to that materialistic values paper. Let me get it. Sorry. Not always the best at paying attention to chat. Talking. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. You know, I'm not gonna lie, it's difficult for me to, you know, pay close attention to the speaker, and, you know, try to really digest and understand what they're saying, and also, like, to respond to chat. Just because, like, I really do try to give my full attention. It's like I do want to, you know, listen and make sure that I'm hearing them correctly so that I can respond, correctly. Yeah, well, but I know that some people do. Don't wanna, you know, apologize if I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have. And yeah, there was definitely, I didn't get to cover all that I want to cover, but that's not surprising, because like as usual, these conversations go in many different directions, which is great. I love going down any direction, and wherever a conversation leads to, more than happy to pretty much like talk about anything. But there was definitely more research that I wanted to show in terms of like, you know, how your environmental conditions affect, at the very least, your academic achievement, and among other life outcomes. But I'll have to put that on hold for a future conversation. And yeah, this is a really good review article about materialistic values and goals. And you know how I would say very often, goal, like I said to Lactoid, I think materialism is valuing the incorrect things, or they're at least valuing things that really don't lead to, you know, deep, fulfilling well-being. As Desolate Mirror alluded to, the hedonic treadmill, exactly, or, you know, conspicuous consumption, totally. So I absolutely don't take any offense to that at all. Whatever you're here for, that I can provide, whether it's workout streams or conversations, or science and research. Like, if you don't like the workout streams, that is totally fine. The workout streams aren't for everybody, and definitely the science streams aren't for everybody. And I don't expect them to perfectly overlap, or even to have any overlap, really whatsoever. But like, yeah, other things that I did want to cover is yes. like how, you know, your working memory performance can be affected by basically childhood experience, since this has to do with attachment. Attachment is has to do with early childhood experiences. And let's see. Yeah, attachment in the classroom. Security of attachment predicts academic achievement. And again, attachment security strongly associated with pretty much, you know, the circumstances around your upbringing. But put that on hold till our next conference. But there was totally other science and news that I want to cover. I just double check thing. Okay. Side. And I have to save these studies. Read them. Because, like, yeah, if it calls into the question some of the research that I showed, and I want to make that correct. You know, I personally don't want to rely on, you know, sketchy or invalid research. And if there is better research to rely on, gladly rely on. But switching topics, I should probably change my stream title. Second. Okay. So, this sort of headline appears to be, you know, making the rounds, at least in my newsfeed and, you know, social media headlines, where it's like, yeah, a lot of the vaccine hesitant are like pushing this narrative that, you know, oh, now there's more unvaccinated people passing away, and thus, you know, the vaccine is dangerous. I think even Dr. John Campbell had a video talking about it, who I'm really not a fan at all, Dr. John Campbell. Way more harm than good. Yeah. More vaccinated deaths than unvaccinated.
Well, welcome to today's talk, Friday the...
And I actually want to see or hear what they said. I suspect that, as usual, they're spreading misinformation.
The 25th of November. Now, for the first time in the United States, we've got data that says there's been more COVID deaths in people that are vaccinated versus people that are unvaccinated. And we want to look at that in a little bit of detail in a minute and put...
And before, let's see what the comments say. Yeah, you know, well, you have someone quoting Dr. Robert Malone, you know, he's really pushing like an anti-vax narrative. And like, you know, it's pretty clear what his agenda is. And he is not a medical doctor, although neither am I. I am not a medical doctor. But also, like, I would say he's not even a scientist. His educational background, I believe he has like a PhD in like, you know, nursing or nurse education. And I would say he doesn't come from a medical or scientific background. But he's using the title of Dr. John Campbell, I think, intentionally to be misleading.
Some context in that. And also we want to look at the bivalent vaccine boosters that are being given in the States. And we're going to be looking at information from VSafe, which shows that 54.8% of vaccine recipients of the bivalent boosters had systemic side effects, most of which weren't serious in the time frame they were looking at. Now, that's about the only way I can summarize this. It is a bit complicated. And of course, YouTube rules and my own personal standards insist that we will be looking at data from official sources and other reputable sources of data. So we're not going against any guidelines from the United States government. Now, here we have this was a report. It was commissioned by the Washington Post. Kaiser Family Foundation Vice President Cynthia Cox, who does a lot of this kind of work. Now, this is quite interesting. 58% of coronavirus deaths in August were people who were vaccinated or boosted. And that is people who'd had a primary course of vaccines, at least a primary course of vaccines. So what it looks like is happening here is we're getting waning of the protective effects of the vaccines. It's now waning. And of course, this combined with the systemic side effects that we're going to look at from the booster doses needs to be taken into account as we consider the risk-benefit analysis. Because we started these vaccination programs a while ago and the risk-benefit analysis has changed. We're not saying the vaccines aren't effective. We're not saying anything about the vaccines. We're just saying the risk-benefit analysis has changed. Let's go on. So therefore, 42% of deaths in August were in people who were unvaccinated. So the majority, for the first time, there are more COVID deaths in the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated population in the United States. Now, it's fair to contextualize this because if we look at CDC data, we do find that 80.06% of the United States population is vaccinated. So there's more people in the vaccinated group than in the unvaccinated group. But it's also true, as we saw, that...
Absolutely, Chutoy. And welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Hope you're doing well.
There were more COVID deaths in the vaccinated group for the first time.
And yeah, if it's not abundantly clear, I am not a fan at all of Dr. John Campbell. Misleading. I think he's doing more harm than good, and he's clearly pushing a narrative or has an agenda. And like, not a scientist, not a healthcare worker, and like, yeah, even his title, not a medical doctor. Yeah, well, we're a dislike watching.
Now, historically, this is quite interesting. September 2021. Vaccinated people, 23% of coronavirus fatalities in people that were vaccinated. January and February 2022, it had gone up to 42%. And as we saw now, it's now gone up to 58%. So we see that the risk-benefit analysis is changing. The data is there before our eyes. So a direct quote from the Kaiser Foundation in the Washington Post: "We can no longer say this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated." So Mr. Biden's, not saying Mr. Biden was wrong at the time, but times have changed. We know protective effects wane, and this needs to be taken into account when we look at risk-benefit analysis, in my view. So this was the Kaiser Foundation who conducted the analysis. Now, the Centre for Disease Control and Prevention, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. And this is this paper here from the CDC. So we're bang in the middle of official US government data. Safety monitoring of bivalent COVID-19 vaccines. Now, August the 31st, 2022, the FDA authorised the bivalent booster for Pfizer and Moderna, mRNA encoding the spike protein from the original SARS coronavirus 2 and from Omicron BA4 and BA5. So it was this bivalent combination vaccine. Advisory Committee on Immunisation Practice recommended all persons over 12 receive an age-appropriate dose of one of these vaccines. That was their recommendation at the time, and indeed still is. Now, vSafe is a voluntary smartphone-based US safety surveillance system established by the CDC to monitor adverse events after COVID vaccination. And here we have it. It's a vSafe here. Now, I don't actually know.
True. Very true.
Know too much about that. So if people that are using it in the States, if they can give me some feedback on that, that would actually be really really quite useful to get some information on that. As of the 3rd of October, I believe there were 10 million users of that period of time. So it looks like it's being fairly well used. Are we getting better data now from the States? It certainly is starting to look that way. We're getting better quality data. Now, vaccine adverse events reporting system is the other way, of course, and information is also taken from that. Total data from the 31st of August to the 23rd of October, 14 odd million had received a Pfizer, BioNTech, 8.2 million. The Moderna's just over, I think the Moderna's just over 18s. So pretty large numbers that we're getting here. Now, VSafe is a bit more confusing. It looks like in this period of time, there was 211,959 registrants over the age of 12. Slightly complicated as well because people under the age of 16 have to have supervision to use this program. So quite how that's working out, I don't really know in the States. But registrants, now it looks like these are people that had just started using the app in that period of time. But as is often the case with CDC, it's not that clear really. The way they write is not that transparent very often. August 31st to 23rd of October is the period of time. So just that finite window of time, 2022. Reports in the week after vaccination. So this is just a 1 week period. Now, clearly, you don't have to be that clever to realise that this isn't going to pick up any potential long-term side effects. We're not saying there are long-term side effects, but any potential long-term side effects would, by definition, not be picked up in the first week. So it is limited. But anyway, injection site reactions, 60.8%. That's not too surprising, and it's not really concerning. You get a sore arm, of course. Systemic reactions, though, this is more concerning to me, 54.8%. Fewer than 1%, and I think we'll see later it's about 0.8%, received medical care. So VSafe is reporting that some.
I was always skeptical of him when he first came onto the scene. Over 2 years ago now, when he first started reporting out COVID. Where it's like, yeah, I have no problem admitting that in the beginning it seemed like he was, providing pretty good, accurate reporting. But I was always like pretty skeptical, especially like when I looked into him. And when I tried to confirm, is he actually a medical doctor? Because like right from the get-go, the brand was like Dr. John Campbell. And then like, from day one I looked, and at least when I looked, his LinkedIn was publicly available. And you see his educational background, this is not to denigrate like nurses, other healthcare workers. But like, again, if I remember correctly, he has a PhD, in like nursing education. And like, it's clear that he's, at least in my mind, he's made like a real turn. What I assume is like grifting.
Some people did need medical opinions and medical care after the vaccination. I don't think that's controversial. It's a simple statement of fact. Vaccine adverse events reported system. So 5,542 reported adverse events of bivalent vaccine. Pretty small number, really, actually. Are all the cases being reported to VAERS? Of course not. Of course not. But 4.5% of those were serious. Now, remember, this is of cases actually reported. But still, a reasonable proportion of the cases actually reported were classified as being serious adverse events. Now, this is straight from the CDC. Healthcare providers and patients can be reassured that adverse events reported after bivalent boosters.
Yeah. I just double checked. I'm not crazy. That's him. Dr. John Campbell. And like, yeah, he does have a PhD. So he can technically use the doctor title, I guess, teaching in bioscience in national and international nurse education. Like I said, I interpret this as like a PhD in nurse education.
Are consistent with those reported after monovalent vaccines. Do you see what they've done here? They're comparing the bivalent boosters with the monovalent. They're comparing two groups. This is a relative risk, not an absolute risk. Not saying the CDC are being disingenuous, not at all. But
he's not saying that.
They are reporting a relative risk, not an absolute risk. The absolute risk, they didn't put that in, not given. So it's a relative risk. The absolute risk is going to be smaller than the relative risk. How much smaller? Don't know. They didn't say. Information not given. Disappointing from the CDC that they're just talking about relative risk. Health impacts after COVID vaccination are less frequent and less severe than those associated with COVID illness. Again, they're comparing people that have had illness with people that are vaccinated, a relative risk, not an absolute risk for the whole population. Not saying the CDC are being deliberately disingenuous here, but it would have been better to have information on absolute risk as well as relative risk. Unfortunately, the absolute risk is not given, but we know it will be smaller than the relative risk. Now, the reference they use for this is interesting because they're making this broad statement here, health impacts, so health impacts is a broad statement, it applies to everything. But the reference they give, reference to there, is quite specific. That's the reference there, and it just refers to myocarditis, pericarditis, and combinations of those, or multisystem inflammatory syndrome in children. Within 7 days or 21-day risk window after the index date. So again, this is only a 14-day window that they're taking this information from, and even then they're giving it as a relative risk. I mean, we're not saying the CDC are trying to give the wrong impression here, but it just doesn't seem very well written to me. I know many relatively junior academics who could write it much more clearly than this, I think. But we're not arguing with the numbers that the CDC are giving. We're more commenting on their presentation. Okay, comparison between and after vaccines after infection. Again, they're comparing between the infections and after the vaccines. Two groups, the relative risk between those. Absolute risk not given again. So we see that the CDC are really giving relative risks, comparing one group with another group, not giving the absolute risk for the population as a whole. CDC, please, you need to give both. We need to know what the absolute risk is as well as the relative risk, please. Now, a bit more detail here. Review of VSafe data from the mobile app. Again, during August the 31st to 23rd of October, same time period. Now, this is what they say, 212,000 nearly registrants. These are presumably people that registered newly in that period of time. They covered a fairly good age group, a few 12 to 17s, as we see there, more in the older age groups, but a good spread of ages, no complaints there at all. Quite a few of these, 45% were the fourth dose, and the fifth dose was 50.2%. But of course, we know that if these risks, if the heart disease complications, especially that the CDC does admit can occur after vaccines, they're more likely after the second dose. So again, it's not giving a really good overall picture. It's really quite specific to these bivalent boosters that they're talking about. In the week after receiving a bivalent booster dose, local injection site reactions. Now, this is interesting. 49.7% amongst the over 65s, higher in the younger age group, and the age group they use for comparison here is the 18 to 49. So younger people, men and women.
I mean, it seems like, well, I mean, pretty much the majority of the video is just like breaking down side effects of the vaccines by dose.
Women getting more local reactions. Systemic reactions, it's the same. 18 to 49 getting 67.9% local reactions as opposed to 43.5 in the over 65s. And when they look at the specific problems, they see this same trend, that it's younger people that are getting more. So 30% in older people, 53% in younger people. Headache, again, 19.7 in older people, 42.8% in younger people. And again, we see it the same with the muscle pain and the fever. Now, reported inability to complete normal daily activities was 10.6% amongst those over 65 and 19.8% in those aged 18 to 49 after vaccination. So over 19% in that younger age group couldn't carry out their normal activities after the booster vaccine. I would have thought these are fairly high numbers. Receipt of medical care was reported by 0.8.
I came down with a massive case of not dying of COVID after getting my vaccine. I can't confirm. Yeah, well, yeah. Just ignore all the positive outcomes. Also, like, ignore the data. We now have data coming out showing, like, or estimating how many lives have been saved by the vaccine. And he's talking to his vaccine-hesitant audience. Show up in the comment sections, quoting Dr. Robert Malone. On the first one, the highest upvoted. My mother told me never take drugs from convicted felons with illegal indemnity.
Percent. Now, 0.8% who took medical advice after vaccination, I would have thought that is rather high. But the CDC just report it, they don't say anything about it, they just say that's what it was. I would have thought it's rather high, 0.8%. You can decide whether you think that's high, low, or indifferent. Again, we're talking about risk-benefit analysis. So there we go. I know that's fairly data intense, but it looks like the risks the risk of side effects after vaccination are becoming clearer with VSafe. Although I don't yet fully understand how it's working, but it's good that these are being honestly reported. And just combine that with the risk-benefit analysis that more COVID deaths are now occurring in vaccinated versus unvaccinated, despite the fact we have to be clear about it, only 20% of the population are unvaccinated, so the vaccinated is a much larger group. Thankfully, though, COVID cases are getting milder. They still do cause some deaths, as we've seen some hospitalizations, but the trend is that they're getting milder. And I think these things should be taken into account with a risk-benefit analysis. So that's about as far as we can go on this talk, I think. Lots of data there. All the references are given. I've been as honest to the data as I can, and check the links, and I'm pretty sure all my numbers are accurate. You'll have to decide how.
Okay, well, I think we got pretty much 99% of his message. But like, the title of his video, more vaccinated deaths than unvaccinated deaths from COVID, United States. And he spends like pretty much the entire video going over like the side effects of the vaccine. He does mention, so he doesn't mention per capita, but he does mention, I think once or twice, that, oh yeah, there's more unvaccinated versus vaccinated people. But like, he literally just like went through, the vaccine side effects. And let's maybe contrast it with, something that's a little bit more in the vein of medical news. Same headline, okay, or not same, very similar headline. COVID no longer pandemic of the vaccinated, of the unvaccinated. So, yeah, exactly, technically correct. I guess more is more. But maybe let's contrast it with the tone of this article. So for the first time, the majority of people dying from COVID-19 in America have been vaccinated. We can no longer say this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Kaiser Family Foundation Vice President Cynthia Cox, who conducted the analysis, told the Washington Post. People who had been vaccinated or boosted made up 58% of COVID-19 deaths in August. The analysis showed the rate has been on the rise. 23% of coronavirus deaths were among vaccinated people in September 2021, and the vaccinated made up 42% of deaths in February of this year, Post reported. I had my booster not this past Tuesday, but the Tuesday prior. Pretty much like 10 days ago. And so far, so good. And you know, I'm vaxxed pretty much like to the max, and I hope it goes well tomorrow, Cernu. I think I'm at five total doses. 2 initial doses, and then 3 boosters. So, you know, I'm like, I've mentioned before, I'm like the vaccine hesitant's worst nightmare. Research continues to show that people who are vaccinated or boosted have a low risk of death. You know, conveniently, Dr. John Campbell never really mentioned that. The rise in deaths among the vaccinated is the result of 3 factors. Fox said they are: a large majority of people in the US have been vaccinated. So, like, yeah, 267 million people in the US, and I think there's like 340 million people in the US. So, like, as That's Pretty True mentioned, more is more. People who are at the greatest risk of dying from COVID-19 are more likely to be vaccinated and boosted, such as the elderly. Vaccines lose their effectiveness over time. The virus changes to avoid vaccine, and people need to choose to get boosters to continue to be protected. The case for the effectiveness of vaccines and boosters versus skipping the shot remains strong. And again, Dr. John Campbell never mentions that at all. He literally, like I said, just spent like 90% of this video like going through the side effects of the vaccine. And saying, you know, we don't know the long-term effects. People aged 6 months and older who are unvaccinated are 6 times more likely to die of COVID-19 compared to those who got the primary series of shots, Post reported. Survival rates were even better with additional booster shots, particularly among older people. Never mentioned in the video. I feel very confident that if people continue to get vaccinated at good numbers, if people get boosted, we can absolutely have a very safe and healthy holiday season. Ashish Shah, White House coronavirus czar, said last week. The number of Americans who have gotten the most recent booster has been increased ahead of the holidays. CDC data show that 12% of the US population, age 5 and older, has received a booster. Like, that's a very low number. Where it's like, yes, the vast majority, I guess, of people in the United States have received at least 1 or 2 doses of the vaccine. But what we know, at least when it comes to the mRNA vaccine, in order to maintain a good level of protection, you need additional boosters. And it seems like, you know, people that are actually getting boosters regularly is in the minority. As in, like, the protection that's conferred by, you know, the initial vaccination shots, the first 2, it's basically like negligible at this point. Or like, you know, it's probably like very minimal protection. So like, yeah, it should not be no surprise, given the fact that you have the majority of people in the US like have had a shot of the vaccine, but also at the same time, you have dramatically waning immunity because the uptake of boosters is low. And so, like, yeah, not surprisingly, have more vaccinated people die than unvaccinated. But Dr. John Campbell never mentions any of this. A new study by a team of researchers from Harvard University and Yale University estimates that 94% of the US population has been infected with COVID-19 at least once, leaving just 1 in 20 people who have never had the virus. And like, so, and here where it gets even more complicated, where what is the overlap between being vaccinated and being infected? Where it's like, you know, if we know that if the estimates are close to correct, where at least 94% of the US population has been infected with COVID, well then it's also fair to say that the majority of people that are dying from COVID have also had a prior infection with COVID. And so like the argument, one of the original arguments coming from the vaccine hesitant was like, oh, COVID infection confers like great protection or the greatest protection. But that's also not being borne out in the evidence, where like if it's true, and it does appear to be true, that COVID-19, deaths from COVID-19 is occurring more in the vaccinated, well then deaths from COVID-19 could also be occurring in those who have had a prior infection. And so it looks like you have waning immunity also from prior infection. Not only waning immunity, but also like the virus has changed. Someone who was infected with, the original strain of COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2 probably doesn't have as much protection, if not minimal protection against now the Omicron variant, or the circulating, different flavors of SARS-CoV-2. And so you just have like a confluence of factors coming together that creates this outcome. Where like, yeah, if it with the right spin by Dr. John Campbell, this is an argument like against vaccination. But no, this is an argument for, being up to date on your boosters and vaccination. Despite these high exposure numbers, there are still substantial population susceptibility to infection with an Omicron variant. They said that if all states achieved the vaccination levels of Vermont, where 55% of people had at least one booster and 22% got a second one, there would be an appreciable improvement in population immunity, with greater relative impact for protection against infection versus severe disease. This additional protection results from both the recovery of immunity lost due to waning and the increased effectiveness of the bivalent booster against Omicron infection. So again, Dr. John Campbell doesn't mention, at least pretty clear in my mind, that they have a narrative. They're like, part of me hopes that they're grifting, because it's hard for me to imagine, or I don't want it to be the case, that this person with a PhD in nursing education actually that kind of dumb. They can't do what is a pretty basic analysis. But yeah, it's interesting contrasting the tone of this article versus the tone of all right, and I wanted to send this Lactoid, but I covered this article last stream, and I think this gives a good summary to pretty much the theme of what me and Lactoid spoke about, which is like there's more to being smart than intelligence, and it's not just about IQ, and it's not even just about genetics. Do I want to cover this now? I don't think I have time to cover this. Unfortunately, I think I have to end the stream here, because I am getting up early to hopefully do a workout stream tomorrow afternoon. And I want to make sure that I'm well rested. So I'll look right out. See if there's someone to get out to. Thank you so much. That's pretty true. I very much appreciate the positive feedback. Very grateful. I think we're gonna raid into Arun. Second. Yeah. Gonna set that up. So I want to thank everyone that passed by. That's pretty true. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cernu, Bob Marley. Thank you, Tegma, for the raid, and Overlord Cly for the the follow. And also shout out again, Egma TV. They also do workout streams, so give them a follow if you're interested in workout streams. Thank you, Louis13. Thank you, Chew Toy, for passing by. And anybody else that I missed, I apologize. Desolate Mirror, thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna be streaming, like I said, tomorrow, doing a workout stream. I think my new camera has arrived, but I don't think I'm gonna have it set up in time for tomorrow's workout stream. But hopefully, starting next week, there's an update in the quality workout stream. And also tomorrow, I don't think I'm gonna be doing a science stream evening, but tomorrow, I am going to be on Wick's panel about medical assistance in dying in Canada. Shout out to Death Certainty. I don't think I'm going to stream the panel, just because I want to give my full attention to the panel. I can respond properly, and I don't generally like to be in the position of ignoring chat, because like I do want to address things in chat or answer questions in chat. Having my attention divided isn't optimal for that. But yeah, if you're interested in at least seeing me on the panel tomorrow, I think it should be tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern time. So that should be interesting. Although I think the panel might not be the most productive. A large panel, at least from what I can tell, there's like 8 or 9 people on the panel. That's usually not the best condition for productive conversation, but we'll see. I'm gonna go into it with an open mind. So yeah, we're gonna raid into Arun. Thank you everyone for passing by. Super appreciated, super grateful. Give a follow to Arun, fellow lefty streamer. They also do great content as well. And until next time, take care and be well.